lost artifacts, vanished civilizations, and mysteries hidden within the pages of history. These are puzzles stranger than most. Tonight, we journey into the depths of time to explore real, factual enigmas that remain unsolved even today. From disappearing armies and cryptic manuscripts to ancient treasures and ghostly events that still haunt historians. This is 25 Mysteries Science Can't Explain. Before we dive into these unsettling stories, take a moment to like the video if you enjoy these late-night mystery wanderings, and subscribe for more journeys into the unknown. Now, let's begin. Our story begins in the shifting sands of Egypt with the legend of the lost army of Cambyses, an army of 50,000 men that marched into the desert and never returned. They say the desert keeps what it takes. Sometimes it gives back bones. Sometimes nothing at all. Our story begins not with the sand, but with a king, a restless one. Around 524 BCE, Cambyses II, son of Cyrus the Great, ruled the mighty Persian Empire, an empire that stretched from the Nile to the Indus, from the mountains of Persia to the shores of the Mediterranean. His father had built it, brick by brick, sword by sword. Cambyses inherited it and wanted to prove he could command it. Egypt had already fallen to him. The pharaoh Psammetichus III was defeated and Persian banners now flew above Memphis. Yet even victory wasn't enough. For Cambyses, Egypt was only the beginning. There were still corners of the desert that did not bow to him. Oases, hidden kingdoms, and temples whispered about in half-legend. Among them was one that drew his obsession, the Oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, deep in the western desert. The oracle was said to speak the words of gods. Its priests claimed to know the will of the heavens, and some said they could even foretell the rise and fall of kings. For Cambyses, proud, suspicious, and divine in his own eyes, the idea of such a power unbound by his rule was intolerable. So he gave an order that would become one of the greatest mysteries in history. He commanded 50,000 soldiers, a full Persian army, to march across the desert from Thebes to Siwa, to destroy the oracle and bring its priests in chains before him. It should have been an easy victory. Persia had marched farther, conquered harsher lands. But the desert is not a battlefield, it's a labyrinth. They set out, the historians say, under a blinding sun, an army of men and animals, armor glittering, banners snapping in the wind. They carried supplies, water skins, and hopes that the gods would favor them. They never arrived. Not a single man, not a single camel, no arrowheads, no bones, no trace. It was as if 50,000 people had stepped off the edge of the world and vanished into air. The only record we have comes from the Greek historian Herodotus, writing nearly a century later. He tells the story as the locals did, a tale passed by memory, not by evidence. According to him, the army marched for 7 days through sand and stone until they reached the oasis of Karga, where they rested. Then they set off again toward Siwa. Halfway through the journey, a violent sandstorm rose without warning, a storm so fierce, Herodotus says, that it buried them entirely. From that time forth, he wrote, nothing was ever again heard of them. Herodotus's words have echoed for 2.5 millennia. Were they buried alive by the desert? Did they perish from thirst and heat? Or did something else happen? Something stranger, quieter, harder to explain? Modern historians have spent decades searching for answers. And still, the desert keeps its silence. In the 20th century, archaeologists began combing the Western Sahara, hoping to find the remains of the Persian army. Every expedition was met with the same result: heat, mirages, and endless sand. The dunes shift constantly here. swallowing and revealing the bones of time. In 2009, an Italian research team led by twin archaeologists Angelo and Alfredo Castiglioni announced a discovery that seemed to solve the riddle. Deep in the desert, near the El Baharia oasis, they found bronze arrowheads, fragments of swords, and pieces of metal jewelry, all of Persian origin. Nearby lay the bones of men and horses scattered by centuries of wind. Could this be Cambyses' army at last? The story made headlines around the world. For the first time, it seemed the legend might be real. The artifacts were ancient, the bones numerous, and the route matched Herodotus's description. But as quickly as excitement rose, doubt followed. Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities reviewed the findings and declared there wasn't enough proof. The artifacts could have come from another group, another century. The desert, they reminded everyone, is full of fragments from the living and the dead. Once again, the sands closed over the mystery. Even today, archaeologists search for the lost army. Satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar have mapped regions once thought inaccessible, and yet the desert remains strangely empty. No great burial pit, no weapons in formation, no sign of 50,000 men turned to dust. Some scholars have suggested that Herodotus got it wrong, that the army never existed in the first place, or that it was far smaller. Others think the soldiers might have rebelled, turned back, and died elsewhere, their story transformed into myth by time. But then there are those who believe something more elemental happened, something that reminds us why deserts have always inspired fear and fascination alike. Because in the desert, storms don't just kill, they erase. A single wall of sand, hundreds of meters high, can move faster than a galloping horse. It can swallow an army in minutes, leaving behind a surface so smooth it seems untouched. Beneath that calm layer, the remains of empires sleep, sealed in silence. So perhaps Herodotus was right after all. Perhaps Cambyses' soldiers did march into that storm, and the desert simply decided to keep them. In local Bedouin lore, there are still stories of travelers who hear echoes out in the dunes, rhythmic pounding like drums beneath the earth. Some say it's the sound of shifting sand, the echo of wind carving hollows through stone. Others say it's something older, the ghostly march of a forgotten army still walking, still searching for the oasis that never came. There are even reports of strange shapes glimpsed from the air, long ridges that seem too regular, too aligned to be natural. The outlines of a caravan, perhaps, frozen mid-journey. But no one who has gone looking for Cambyses' army has ever found it. The Sahara stretches on endlessly, a sea of gold, of heat, of silence. And somewhere beneath that sea, maybe, lies a moment in history that will never wake again. So the story endures, part history, part legend, part warning. Cambyses' army became more than a mystery. It became a symbol of ambition swallowed by nature, of human pride undone by forces older than time. A reminder that the earth is patient and that what it takes, it keeps. Thousands of years later, the desert looks the same. The winds that buried the Persians still whisper across the dunes. The sun still burns. The sand still drifts and rearranges itself as if it remembers. And beneath it, somewhere, 50,000 shadows sleep. Silent soldiers of a forgotten empire, lost between myth and memory. And so we leave behind the desert winds and the buried army of Cambyses, footsteps erased by sand and time. Ahead lies another mystery, one not of Earth, but of the stars. The night the universe itself seemed to whisper to us, the strange, unrepeatable signal that scientists still can't explain, the wow signal. For most of human history, we've looked up at the night sky and wondered if we were alone. The stars have always answered with silence, cold, endless, patient. But once, just once, the silence broke. It happened on August 15, 1977 in Columbus, Ohio. The night was ordinary, humid, still. At Ohio State University, inside a small, low building known simply as the Big Ear, a massive radio telescope stood listening to the heavens. It swept across the sky like a slow metronome, recording invisible whispers from the cosmos, faint signals, bursts of static, the distant heartbeat of the universe. And then, for exactly 72 seconds, something extraordinary happened. A clear, powerful signal, narrow, focused, and unmistakably deliberate, streamed in from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. It was sharp, structured, intelligent, and then it was gone. The man who saw it was Dr. Jerry R. Amon, a volunteer astronomer with the SETI project, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. His job was to monitor pages of printed data, each line representing radio readings from space. It was monotonous work, columns of numbers and letters scrolling endlessly across paper, the sound of the printer like a soft, mechanical heartbeat in the background, until one line stopped him cold. Instead of the usual random static, low numbers and letters, there was a sudden spike. 6EQUJ5. It looked meaningless, but to Amon, it was the opposite. The letters represented signal strength. The higher the character, the stronger the signal. This one was off the charts. He circled it in red pen and wrote one word in the margin, a word that would become legend. Wow! The wow signal. It was unlike anything recorded before. Radio signals from satellites, aircraft, or radar are broad and messy. Natural signals like pulsars or quasars tend to drift in frequency. But this one, it was perfectly narrow, focused on the hydrogen line at 1420 MHz. The frequency, most SETI scientists agreed, would be the logical language of communication between civilizations. Hydrogen, after all, is the most abundant element in the universe, the building block of everything. The signal didn't drift, it didn't repeat, it didn't behave like noise. For 72 seconds it was as if something, or someone, had spoken directly into the cosmic microphone. And then silence. No signal before, no signal after, nothing ever heard again from that patch of sky. Amon and his colleagues checked everything. They ruled out satellites, airplanes, and Earth-based interference. They ruled out reflections, weather, and instrument glitches. The telescope was fixed on Sagittarius, near the group of stars known as Chi Sagittarii, roughly 220 light-years away. If the source had been a planet orbiting one of those stars, the message would have taken centuries to arrive, which meant that if someone had sent it, they had spoken long before we were even listening. Still, scientists are careful creatures. They needed data, repetition, patterns, something measurable. The Big Ear scanned the same region of sky dozens of times in the following months. But nothing. The wow signal was a whisper that never came again. Decades passed, but the signal never stopped echoing through scientific circles, not as proof, but as possibility. Dr. Amon himself remained skeptical all his life. "We should have seen it again," he said. "If it was truly extraterrestrial, it should have repeated." Yet even he couldn't explain it. Others tried. Some suggested it was a reflection of a passing satellite, but none matched the signal's strength or frequency. Others blamed a comet, specifically Comet 266P Christensen, discovered years later, which might have emitted a faint radio wave as its hydrogen cloud passed by. But when researchers tested that theory, it fell apart. The frequency and intensity were still too precise. To this day, the best answer science can offer is the simplest: we don't know. And that, in the quiet world of astronomy, is rare. There's something haunting about that. In all our listening, all our equations and satellites and antennas pointed skyward, we have only ever heard one note that didn't sound like nature. One fleeting moment where the universe might have said, "I'm here." It's easy to forget how fragile that sound was. The Big Ear telescope itself no longer exists. It was dismantled in 1998, replaced by a golf course and a handful of suburban houses. The machine that heard the only possible message from another civilization was cut apart and bulldozed into history. And yet, the printout survives. That single sheet of paper with its red circle and its exclamation mark. A human hand catching a cosmic breath. The wow signal sits in a strange place between science and wonder. It's studied, documented, recorded, but never explained. It invites belief, even from those who don't usually believe, because for all our instruments and data, we still want connection. We still look up at the stars and wonder who else might be looking back. The universe is old, billions of years old. If civilizations have risen and fallen in that time, their voices could still be traveling across the dark, faint, fragmented, but there. The wow signal might have been one of them, a stray greeting that wandered too far, reaching us by accident before fading into silence again. If so, that would make it one of the most profound moments in human history. And yet, one of the loneliest. Some nights, astronomers replay the raw data. They convert the frequency spikes into sound, a rising, falling tone, pure and clear, like a single musical note struck on an unseen instrument. It's eerie in its simplicity, just a pulse, a breath, and then nothing. It's the kind of sound that makes you realize how vast silence really is. Because the truth is, the universe doesn't owe us an answer. It never promised to speak again. Maybe it whispered once, just to see if we were listening. And we were. And maybe that's enough. There's a strange peace in not knowing. The big ear is gone. The man who heard the signal is gone. But the mystery remains, suspended in the quiet space between certainty and faith. Science keeps searching, building new telescopes, launching new eyes into the sky. But deep down, maybe what we're really chasing isn't proof. Maybe it's wonder, that feeling of being small beneath an infinite sky, waiting for something greater than ourselves to notice. The wow signal gave us that. For 72 seconds, we weren't alone. And perhaps that's why, even after all these years, we still listen. Because sometimes one whisper is enough to make the silence feel alive. And so we leave behind the faint echo of the wow signal, that 72-second moment when the universe seemed to breathe. Now we return to Earth, to another mystery. Not among the stars, but in the forests of Siberia. The Tunguska Explosion. The story begins with light. The kind of light that doesn't belong to this world. It was the morning of June the 30th, 1908, deep in the Siberian wilderness. The sun had just risen over the endless forests of the Tunguska River region, a place so remote that even today it feels untouched by time. No railroads, no cities, just an ocean of pine and swamp stretching as far as the eye could see. And then, without warning, the sky caught fire. Witnesses miles away described it as a second sun, a brilliant blue-white flash that burned across the heavens. The air shuddered. A shockwave tore through the forest, flattening 80 million trees in an instant. The blast was so powerful it knocked people off their feet, hundreds of miles from the epicenter. For a few moments, the sky above Siberia looked as though the earth itself had collided with something unseen. And then came the sound. Villagers described it as a roar that grew until it became unbearable, louder than thunder, like mountains splitting apart. The ground heaved, as if struck by an earthquake. Windows shattered in towns 600 miles away. Horses bolted. People screamed, and when it was over, a vast silence fell across the land. In the hours that followed, strange things happened. Far to the west, across Europe, and even as far as London, the night sky glowed, a soft, ghostly light that lingered for days. People could read newspapers outdoors at midnight. Scientists later discovered that fine dust particles, hurled high into the atmosphere, had scattered sunlight across the globe. But at that time, no one knew that. All they knew was that something enormous had exploded, something not of human making. For almost 20 years, no one reached the site. The region was too isolated, too wild. Siberia, after all, is not a place you visit, it's a place that swallows you. There were no roads, no maps, only stories. It wasn't until 1927 that a Russian scientist named Leonid Kulik, an expert in meteorites, finally made the journey. He had heard tales from the local Evenki people, stories of a god's anger, of a fire that fell from the sky, of reindeer burned alive and forests turned to ash. Kulik expected to find a crater, the mark of a massive meteor impact. He imagined a hole in the earth miles wide, perhaps filled with fragments of rock from space. But when he arrived, what he found was stranger than anything he had imagined. There was no crater, no meteorite, just a vast circular zone of destruction. Trees flattened outward in a perfect radial pattern, all pointing away from a single, invisible center. At ground zero, the trees still stood, stripped bare, branches gone, bark scorched, like a forest of blackened poles. It was as if something had exploded in the air, high above the ground, unleashing energy so vast that it leveled everything beneath it without leaving a trace of itself behind. Kulik's expedition was grueling. The land was marshy, filled with biting insects, bogs, and clouds of steam that rose from the heat trapped beneath the moss. His team carried supplies on horseback, sleeping in tents and eating dried fish. For weeks they surveyed the devastation. An area larger than the city of London. Every fallen tree told the same story, an outward blast centered on nothing. He collected samples, interviewed locals, measured radiation levels, but the more he studied, the less sense it made. If a meteor had caused it, where was the debris? If it was volcanic, where was the mountain? If it was man-made, which it couldn't have been, where was the device? The forest offered no answers, just silence and the faint scent of something metallic that lingered in the air even decades later. Scientists would later calculate that the explosion released energy equivalent to 15 megatons of TNT, roughly 1,000 times the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, and yet all that energy came from something invisible. The leading theory today is that a meteor or comet, roughly 100 feet across, entered Earth's atmosphere at incredible speed, about 30,000 miles per hour, and exploded before hitting the ground. The force of the air compressing in front of it would have turned it into a fireball of plasma, disintegrating in a mid-air detonation now known as an airburst. That explains the lack of a crater, the outward blast, the global atmospheric glow. But there are problems. No fragments of meteorite have ever been found. No trace of extraterrestrial metal, no stony remains. Even the soil shows no clear signature of impact. It's as if the object truly vanished, burned out of existence before it ever touched Earth. That's the scientific explanation. The neat one, the one that makes sense on paper. But the Tunguska mystery never stopped there, because every time the story is told, it grows stranger. Some witnesses claim to have seen a column of light descending vertically before the explosion, like a beam from the heavens. Others described a second explosion days later, a deep rumble that rolled through the hills. There were even reports of magnetic anomalies in the area afterward, compasses spinning wildly, animals refusing to enter certain parts of the forest. In the 1960s, Soviet researchers found microscopic glass spheres scattered in the soil, as if something molten had rained down. Some contained traces of nickel and iron, elements common in meteorites, but others did not. And then there were the trees. The pattern of their growth after the explosion was unusual, accelerated, twisted, almost unnatural. Trees near the blast zone began growing faster than those farther away, as if the soil had been changed somehow, infused with energy or radiation. Some scientists wondered if a small asteroid of ice, rather than rock, had vaporized completely, leaving behind no fragments, only shock and heat. Others whispered about comets or antimatter or even early nuclear events, and outside the halls of science the theories went wilder still. Some claimed it was an alien craft crashing or detonating in the sky. The symmetry of the blast, they argued, was too perfect, too clean to be natural. Others suggested it was a cosmic weapon, a fragment of energy from space colliding with Earth. Still others turned to mythology. Among the Evenki, the event became known as the fire from the god Ogdi, punishment for disrespecting the sky. To them the blast was sacred, a reminder that nature is not asleep. Even modern ufologists have found their way into the narrative. A declassified document from the 1960s, long rumored among researchers, claimed Soviet military interest in the site persisted for decades, not for its geology, but for what might have fallen there. No proof ever surfaced, but the rumor still lives in corners of the internet today. In truth, the Tunguska explosion is probably not alien or divine or anything so cinematic, but it is something equally humbling, a reminder of how fragile our world is beneath the vast machinery of the cosmos. Every day, hundreds of small meteors burn up in our atmosphere, unseen. Tunguska was simply the one that came close enough to remind us what's out there. If the object had entered Earth's atmosphere just a few hours later, it would have struck St. Petersburg, and history would have been rewritten in fire. Today, over a century later, the forest has returned. New trees have grown where the old ones fell. The blackened trunks have rotted away, replaced by soft moss and silver birch. Only from the air can you still see the circular pattern, the echo of that invisible hand that flattened the wilderness long ago. Visitors who travel to Tunguska describe an uncanny calm. The air is quiet, the sky bright, the land empty. Some say they can still feel a kind of pressure there, a faint hum beneath the wind, as if the atmosphere remembers what it once carried. It's peaceful now, but deep beneath the soil, in the rings of trees, in the memory of the earth itself, the story remains. A moment when something touched our world and left no name. So the mystery endures. Scientists debate. Theories rise and fall. Expeditions still go, each hoping to find a single fragment, a sliver of proof. And yet, perhaps the truest answer is the simplest. Sometimes the universe doesn't explain itself. Sometimes it reminds us, quietly, violently, that we are small. The Tunguska explosion was one of those reminders. A single moment where heaven and earth brushed against each other and then drifted apart again, leaving only the sound of wind through fallen trees. And so we leave behind the scarred forests of Siberia, a place where the sky once fell and the earth remembered. Ahead lies another mystery, born not in the chaos of the modern world, but in the depths of the ancient sea. An artifact so advanced, it seems to belong to the future, yet it was crafted more than 2,000 years ago by hands we do not understand. The Antikythera Mechanism. When you dive beneath the waters of the Aegean Sea, time feels suspended. The The sunlight filters down through the blue in trembling ribbons, dusted with particles of sand and silt. It's quiet there, the kind of quiet that feels older than sound itself. And lying beneath that silence, on the seabed off the small Greek island of Antikythera, rests one of the strangest discoveries in the history of science. A bronze machine. Ancient, broken, but impossibly complex. It has gears and wheels, inscriptions and dials, a relic that looks like it should not exist, not 2,000 years ago, and yet it does. They call it the Antikythera Mechanism, the world's first known computer. The story of its discovery began not with scholars but with storm-tossed fishermen. In 1900, a sponge-diving ship from the island of Simi was caught in rough weather. Seeking refuge, the crew anchored near Antikythera, a jagged, rocky island between Crete and mainland Greece. As the storm passed, one of the divers, Elias Stadiatos, went below the surface to look for sponges. Instead, he found statues. Lying across the seabed were shapes half buried in sand, bronze arms, marble torsos, fragments of faces staring blankly into the green gloom. He surfaced, gasping, claiming to have seen a heap of dead men. What he had stumbled upon was not death, but history. It was the wreck of an ancient Greek ship, dating to around 70 BCE, a vessel carrying treasures, statues, coins, and luxury goods from the eastern Mediterranean. The ship had sunk in a storm, its cargo meant for wealthy Roman collectors. When archaeologists recovered the artifacts, they found among the statues of philosophers and horses a lump of corroded bronze, roughly the size of a shoebox, shattered into fragments. At first glance, it seemed like nothing, just a crusted piece of metal. But when the archaeologists cleaned it, they saw something that made them stop. Inside the bronze were gears. It was impossible. No one had ever seen such a thing from antiquity. Precision gear teeth, arranged in interlocking wheels, each one cut with mathematical care. This was no ornament or decoration. It was a mechanism, and not a simple one. When the fragments were first examined, they revealed more than 30 gears, finely crafted, with ratios that seemed to correspond to astronomical cycles, the movement of the sun, the moon, and the planets. It took decades before anyone could even begin to understand what it was. In the 1950s, British physicist Derek de Solla Price devoted years of his life to studying it. Using early X-ray imaging, he discovered that the gears weren't random. They formed a complex system of prediction capable of calculating celestial events, eclipses, planetary positions, phases of the moon, even the dates of ancient athletic games like the Olympics. In his 1974 paper, Gears from the Greeks, Price called the mechanism a device of breathtaking ingenuity which must rewrite the history of ancient technology. He was right. The Antikythera mechanism was, in essence, an analog computer, a miniature model of the cosmos built centuries before the first mechanical clocks of Europe. Turn a crank and the gears would move in harmony, showing the motion of heavenly bodies with astonishing accuracy. Its front face displayed the zodiac calendar and positions of the sun and moon. Its back showed eclipse cycles, planetary paths, and even a spiral dial marking the Metonic cycle, a 19-year period after which the lunar and solar calendars realign. Whoever built it didn't just understand astronomy. They understood mechanical engineering, ratios, and gear differentials with a precision that shouldn't have existed until the Renaissance. And yet it did, here, lost in the blue waters of the Aegean. For more than a century, the mechanism has been studied, scanned, and reconstructed. Modern imaging techniques, X-ray tomography and 3D modeling, have revealed inscriptions too faint to see with the naked eye. Notes, labels, and instructions written in Koine Greek, the language of philosophers and scholars. One inscription even reads like a manual, At the turn of the wheel, observe the movements of the sun and the moon. It's a blueprint of understanding, a guide for reading the heavens. And yet, the biggest question remains, who built it? Some scholars credit the school of Archimedes, the great mathematician of Syracuse. Others believe it may have been inspired by Hipparchus, the astronomer who discovered the precession of the equinoxes. But the truth is, no one knows. The mechanism stands alone. No other device like it has ever been found from the ancient world. It's as if someone in the 1st century BCE invented a machine centuries ahead of its time, and then it vanished, leaving no descendants. How did such knowledge appear so suddenly and disappear so completely? That question haunts every scholar who studies it. There's something almost poetic about its loss. Imagine the ship that carried it, its crew steering through storms, the cargo hold filled with art and brilliance. Somewhere among the statues and amphorae sits this machine. Small, delicate, made of bronze and genius. And then, in a single night of wind and thunder, it's gone. It sinks to the seafloor, where it sleeps for 2,000 years. Salt, sand, and time eat away its edges until only fragments remain. And then one day, by chance, a diver touches it again, and the story restarts. The Antikythera Mechanism has become a symbol of lost knowledge, a reminder that history is not a straight line, but a tide. Civilizations rise, create wonders, and then vanish. Their secrets sink with them. We like to think of progress as constant, that humanity moves ever forward, one invention leading neatly to the next. But this artifact suggests otherwise. Perhaps entire worlds of knowledge have been born and buried, their machines turned to dust, their ideas forgotten. The mechanism is a whisper from that forgotten world. Proof that brilliance isn't confined to time and that genius often disappears before anyone can name it. Modern scientists have recreated working models using bronze gears and hand tools like those available to the ancients. And astonishingly, they work. The mechanism accurately tracks the lunar cycle and predicts eclipses decades in advance. It even accounts for the moon's uneven orbit, a level of sophistication that modern engineers still find staggering. And yet, even with reconstructions and translations, one detail remains unsolved: its purpose. Was it an educational tool, a gift for a wealthy patron, a sacred device used in temples to mark divine time? Some even believe it might have been used for navigation, guiding sailors by the stars. Whatever its purpose, one thing is certain: it was a bridge between the heavens and the human hand. When scientists peer through its corroded gears, they see not just technology but thought, human thought condensed into metal. It's easy to imagine the craftsman who built it, bent over a bronze plate, engraving delicate teeth into the wheel, measuring each ratio with the patience of a philosopher. Maybe he worked in a small workshop by the sea, the smell of olive oil and salt air drifting in. Maybe he died, never knowing that what he had made would outlive his civilization. Or perhaps he knew exactly what he was doing, leaving behind a message for the future, written not in words, but in motion. A message that says, "We were here and we understood the stars." Even today, as 3D scans and computer models try to rebuild it piece by piece, something about the mechanism resists total explanation. We can map its gears, read its inscriptions, model its mathematics, but the mind that made it remains unreachable. It's like staring at a fossil of thought, a record of intelligence, but not the person behind it. And maybe that's why it still captures us. It reminds us that knowledge can vanish as easily as it's made, that whole civilizations can disappear, leaving only fragments behind, enough to make us wonder how much else has been lost to time. If you visit the National Archaeological Museum in Athens today, you can see the mechanism displayed under soft light. It looks fragile, a corroded cluster of green bronze, split open like a clock that forgot to tick. And yet, even in silence, it moves people, because within that broken machine lies a reflection of us, our need to measure, to predict, to understand, our urge to build order out of the vastness above us. The Antikythera Mechanism isn't just a relic, it's a question, one that has been waiting 20 centuries for an answer. As the light of the Aegean fades and the sea grows calm, the mechanism rests again in its glass case, still holding its secrets. The gears no longer turn, but in a way they don't need to. They've already moved us farther than they ever turned themselves. And so we leave behind the deep blue silence of Antikythera, the shipwreck that hid a machine centuries ahead of its time. Now we travel to another place of mystery, not beneath the waves, but across the desert plains of New Mexico. A sound that only some can hear, a hum that no machine can record, a vibration that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The Taos Hum. If you drive north out of Santa Fe, past the red mesas and the long, lonely stretches of desert, you'll eventually come to a small town called Taos. It's quiet there, the kind of quiet that feels alive, the rustle of sage in the wind, the low call of a crow, the faint hum of power lines stretching across the plain. But for many who live there, that quiet is never complete. Because beneath it, always, there is a sound, a soft, low humming that never seems to stop. It isn't loud, more like the distant rumble of a truck idling miles away, or the hum of a refrigerator behind a wall. You can't quite pinpoint where it's coming from, and the moment you try, it slips away. To some, it's faint enough to ignore. To others, it's maddening. They call it the Taos Hum. The first reports came in the early 1990s when residents of Taos began complaining of a strange, persistent vibration in the air. It wasn't a sound that could be recorded, they said, but one they could feel. People described it differently, a humming, a throbbing, a pulsing that seemed to come from the ground itself. Some felt it strongest inside their homes, others out in the open desert. For some, it caused sleeplessness, headaches, even nausea. For others, it was simply unsettling, like being haunted by a sound that no one else could hear. The mystery soon spread beyond Taos. Reporters came, scientists came, and as they listened, they found themselves confronted by something deeply strange. The hum was real, but only to certain ears. Surveys found that roughly 2% of Taos residents could hear it. The rest heard nothing at all. Engineers brought in microphones, seismographs, and spectrum analyzers. They tested frequencies from 10 to 100 hertz, sounds on the very edge of human hearing. They measured traffic noise, power lines, factories, underground gas lines, even the wind. Nothing matched. The hum was there when the power was cut. It was there when the roads were empty. It was there in the middle of the night when even the coyotes were silent. And yet no recording ever captured it. It was as if the sound existed only inside the listener, not in the air, but somewhere deeper. The University of New Mexico conducted one of the first formal studies in 1993. Researchers tested hearing sensitivity, measured the acoustics of homes, and ruled out every conventional explanation. They found no consistent external source, and yet many subjects continued to hear it, even in soundproof rooms. Some scientists began to suspect it wasn't sound at all, but vibration, a resonance caused by the Earth itself or by subtle frequencies produced by distant power grids and ocean waves that travel through rock. Others suggested a more physiological explanation. that those who heard the hum might suffer from a form of tinnitus, the perception of sound without an external cause. But tinnitus usually manifests as high-pitched ringing, not a deep, throbbing bass. And most Taos listeners describe the hum as distinctly mechanical, like machinery working somewhere out of sight. The theories multiplied. Some blamed microwave transmissions, others thought it was low-frequency radio waves used by the military for submarine communication. A few even suggested it might be the Earth's magnetic field interacting with human nerves, but none of these explanations ever fully fit. To this day, no one has conclusively identified the source of the Taos hum, and it's not alone. Similar reports have emerged from around the world. The Bristol hum in England, the Kokomo hum in Indiana, the Auckland hum in New Zealand, the Largs hum in Scotland. Each one describes the same thing, tinnitus, a low droning vibration that some people hear and others don't. The frequency always falls within the same narrow band, 30 to 80 Hz, just low enough to feel rather than hear. Whatever it is, it's widespread, global even, yet impossible to map. In Taos, the hum became a part of daily life. Residents began to refer to themselves as hearers. They met in small gatherings, sharing stories and coping strategies. Some moved away, unable to bear it. Others stayed, saying they'd grown used to it, that it had become a kind of background companion, a constant reminder of something unseen. Some even described it as alive, not mechanical, but organic, like the earth itself was breathing. There's something strangely poetic about that idea, that the planet might hum softly to itself, and that a few among us are simply tuned to hear it. In 2011, a British acoustic engineer named Dr. Jeff Leventhal, who spent decades studying low-frequency noise, proposed that the hum might be partly psychogenic, meaning created or amplified by the mind, not imagined, but interpreted. When the human brain encounters faint, repetitive vibrations, too low to be consciously heard, it sometimes constructs sound out of it, a kind of auditory illusion. In other words, there may be a real vibration somewhere in the environment. But what people hear is the brain's way of translating something it doesn't understand. It's not madness, it's perception, like seeing a shape in the dark and realizing later it was only the wind. But that explanation too feels incomplete, because even when scientists isolate every possible physical cause, the hum persists, faithful, patient, inexplicable. The Taos hum has since become something larger than science, a modern folklore. It appears in novels, songs, and documentaries. Artists record the silence of the desert, hoping to capture the one sound that refuses to be caught. And perhaps that's why it stays fascinating, because even in a world that measures everything, some things resist being measured. There's a strange comfort in that, in knowing that mystery hasn't vanished from the modern world, that even in an age of satellites and sensors, we can still stand in a quiet town, close our eyes, and hear something that no machine can. Some say the hum is worse at night, when the air is still and cool, and sound carries farther. Others say it's stronger underground, that it can be felt in the bones rather than the ears, like a pulse beneath the earth. A few claim that when they leave Taos, it follows them, faintly, like an echo that refuses to fade. One resident described it perfectly. It's like the world has a heartbeat. You can't record it, you can't shut it off. But once you've heard it, you'll never not hear it again. If you visit Taos yourself, you'll find it much like any small desert town. Adobe houses glowing gold in the afternoon light, mountains rising blue and still in the distance. The air is thin and dry, filled with the smell of sage and juniper. Most visitors hear nothing unusual, but a few stop, frown, and tilt their heads. They think they hear something, a soft hum just beneath the threshold of silence. They look around for its source. A generator, a truck, a plane far away. But there's nothing. Only the wide sky, the whisper of wind, and that steady, patient tone beneath it all. It doesn't feel threatening. Just there. Like the desert is humming to itself, remembering something ancient. Some theories even reach beyond physics. In certain indigenous traditions, the earth is believed to have a song, a low, eternal vibration that connects all living things. Some spiritual listeners believe the Taos Hum is that song, finally heard by modern ears too used to noise. They call it the world's resonance. Science may scoff, but there's beauty in the idea that what we call noise might, in truth, be music too deep to understand. Whatever its source, the Taos Hum is one of those rare mysteries that feels intimate, not cosmic, not ancient, but personal. It doesn't come from the stars or the sea, it comes from somewhere just beyond the edge of perception. Maybe that's why it unsettles us so much, because it reminds us how little control we have over what we sense, how fragile the line is between silence and sound. When you hear it, you realize that the world isn't quiet at all. It's full of hidden vibrations, the heartbeat of wind, the murmur of power, the sigh of distance. Most of the time, we're just too distracted to notice, but some people in one small town in New Mexico can't stop noticing, and for them, the world hums on, soft, steady, endless. Maybe someday science will explain it. Maybe a single frequency will be identified and the mystery will dissolve into numbers, or maybe it won't. Maybe it will remain one of those few things that science can measure but not define. A reminder that even in the modern world, wonder still hides in plain sound. So if you ever find yourself in Taos, stand still at dusk. Let the desert air settle around you. Listen to the wind, the silence, the faint vibration that might just be your own heartbeat, or the Earth's. And if you hear the hum, don't be afraid. You're simply listening to the world the way it really is, alive and whispering. And so we leave behind the quiet pulse of the New Mexican desert, the hum that no microphone can catch, but the soul somehow can. Our next mystery takes us not into sound, but into identity. A boy who appeared from nowhere, claiming to have lived his whole life in darkness. He could read, write, and speak a little, but he didn't know who he was. The identity of Kasper Hauser. On a mild afternoon in May 1828, the city of Nuremberg went about its usual hum of life. The market square was busy with carts and voices, the smell of bread, and horse sweat rising in the air. Nothing about that day suggested a story that would puzzle Europe for generations, and yet, through the city gate, a young man appeared, pale, thin, and unsteady on his feet. He wore rough peasant clothes and clutched a sealed letter. His boots were stiff, as if he'd never walked far in them. He could barely speak. When the guards asked who he was, he said his name sounded like Kasper Hauser. He was perhaps 16, maybe older. His eyes were wide and dazed, like someone who had just stepped out of darkness into light. When asked where he came from, he could only whisper one phrase over and over, "I want to be a cavalryman as my father was." And then, softly, "Horse, horse," the only word he seemed to understand. The guards took the letter from his hand. It was written in shaky German, supposedly by a peasant who claimed to have raised the boy since infancy. The letter said that Kasper had been kept in isolation his entire life and was now being sent into the world to serve in the cavalry, as his father once did. The writing was odd, too deliberate, too theatrical. And when officials examined the second note, supposedly from the boy's mother, it was clear both had been written by the same hand. Whoever Kasper Hauser was, his story began not with birth, but with mystery. He was taken to the police station. The townspeople gathered outside, whispering. The boy seemed healthy but bewildered, frightened by noises, fascinated by candles, by windows, by everything. When food was offered, he refused meat, preferring only bread and water. He didn't know how to use utensils. He didn't seem to understand the concept of time, or distance, or even people. He was like someone who had grown up without the world. Over time, he began to speak more. Slowly, through gestures and halting words, a story emerged. Fragmented, dreamlike, like a child recalling a dream. He said that for as long as he could remember, he had lived in a small, dark cell, barely larger than a closet. The floor was covered in straw. He slept there, ate bread and water, left by a faceless man who came only when Kasper was asleep. He never saw his keeper's face. He never saw the sun. He said he didn't even know other people existed until the day he was brought to Nuremberg. The man, he said, had taught him to repeat the phrases written in his letter. Then, one morning, the man dressed him, gave him boots, and led him to the edge of the city. And there he vanished. The story spread like wildfire. The newspapers called him the wild boy of Europe. Crowds gathered outside his cell to glimpse him, this strange youth who could barely walk or speak, yet looked perfectly ordinary. Philosophers, doctors, and nobles all came to see him. Some believed he was a nobleman's child, hidden away for political reasons, perhaps even the lost Prince of Baden, secretly replaced at birth to alter the line of succession. Others saw in him a kind of living experiment, a child of nature, untouched by society. They compared him to Rousseau's ideal human, innocent, uncorrupted, a blank page upon which civilization could be written. But Kasper wasn't an idea. He was a person, fragile, confused, and trapped between curiosity and fear. He was taken into the care of a local teacher, Friedrich Daumer, who began educating him. Under Daumer's care, Kasper learned quickly, reading, writing, even sketching. He showed signs of sensitivity, intelligence, and imagination, yet he was also strange. He reacted to noises like thunder or church bells as if in pain. He claimed to sense colors, to feel moods in people around him. Sometimes he spoke of dreams that felt like memories. A woman singing, a light behind a door, a figure he could never quite see. He was, as one observer wrote, a boy half-born. But the peace didn't last. In October 1829, a year after his arrival, Kasper was found bleeding in the cellar of Daumer's house. He claimed a man in a black cloak had attacked him with a knife, whispering, "You will not tell the truth." A search of the neighborhood found nothing, no footprints, no witnesses. The attack deepened the mystery and the legend. Some said it was an assassin sent to silence him before he revealed his royal origins. Others whispered that Kasper had injured himself to keep attention on his story. Either way, the boy who had stepped from darkness was being consumed by it again. Over the next few years, Kasper moved from home to home, watched and studied by benefactors and skeptics alike. He became both cherished and doubted, a living riddle. He wrote letters, kept journals, even performed for visitors who wanted to see the feral child. Yet those closest to him began to notice contradictions. His handwriting seemed too sophisticated for someone who claimed no education. His memories changed in detail. Some of his injuries, like the attack in Daumer's cellar, looked suspiciously self-inflicted. The more people tried to define him, the less certain anyone became of who he truly was. Was he a victim, a liar, a lost prince, or simply a lonely boy who had learned to turn mystery into survival? Then on a cold December afternoon in 1833, 5 years after his arrival in Nuremberg, Kasper staggered into the courtyard of his home in Ansbach, clutching his stomach. Blood, seeped through his coat. He said a stranger had lured him into the garden with a promise of information about his mother, and then stabbed him. A search was launched. They found no attacker, no footprints, nothing but a small purple purse lying in the snow. Inside it was a folded note, written in mirror script. "Hauser will be able to tell you how I look and from where I am. To save Hauser the trouble, I want to tell you myself, from where I come. I come from the Bavarian border, near the river. I will even tell you my name, MLO." The handwriting matched Kasper's own. 3 days later, he was dead. He was 21 years old. The official investigation concluded that Kasper had likely stabbed himself, either accidentally or in another attempt to gain sympathy. Others insisted he had been murdered to silence the truth of his birth. Even now, no one agrees. His body was buried in Ansbach under a stone that reads simply, "Here lies Kasper Hauser, a riddle of his time. His birth was unknown, his death mysterious. Over the years, the legend only grew. Writers compared him to mythic figures, a lost child raised by darkness, a symbol of innocence destroyed by the world. Poets called him the orphan of Europe. Philosophers saw in him a mirror of the human condition, born ignorant, shaped by others, seeking identity in a world that refuses to define him. And scientists, psychologists, and historians still debate who he really was. Was he a fraud, a cunning storyteller who built his own myth, or was he, as he claimed, the victim of a life stolen before it began? In the early 2000s, modern DNA analysis offered a new clue. Samples taken from hair and bloodstains on Kasper's clothes were compared with the descendants of the Baden royal family, the lineage of the prince he was rumoured to be. The results were inconclusive. Some tests suggested a match, others did not. Even science, it seemed, could not solve what history had left tangled. Perhaps that's fitting. Kasper Hauser's story has never been about certainty. It's about the ache of not knowing. The fear that our own identity might be nothing more than a story someone else wrote for us. When you read his letters, there's a strange tenderness to them. A boy trying to explain a world he never knew existed until it was too late. In one, he wrote, "I wish I could tell who I am, but every time I try, the words are someone else's." Standing at his grave in Ansbach, you can almost feel it. The weight of a life that may have been invention or tragedy or both. The town around him has changed. The cobblestones are newer, the air filled with traffic instead of horse hooves. But the mystery still hangs there, or the boy who came from nowhere, lived between fact and fiction, and left behind nothing but questions. Even now, historians revisit his story, peeling back each layer only to find another beneath it. Every theory fits and fails at once. Every truth fractures into something strange. And maybe that's the real lesson of Kasper Hauser, that not every life fits neatly into history. Some are made of fragments, half-truths and shadows, and perhaps in that way, he was telling the truth all along. He really did come from darkness, just not the kind we can measure. And so we leave behind the quiet streets of Nuremberg and the ghost of a boy who may have never truly lived the life he claimed. Ahead lies another kind of disappearance, not of a person, but of an entire community, a colony that built a home in the New World, then vanished without a trace, leaving behind a single word carved in wood, the lost colony of Roanoke. They say the sea remembers. It keeps the shapes of ships that once crossed it, the songs of sailors, the cries of storms, and sometimes it keeps secrets too. In the summer of 1587, 3 small English ships sailed across the Atlantic and reached the shores of what is now North Carolina. They were led by John White, an artist and navigator, and they carried 117 settlers, men, women, and children, who came to start a new life in the name of England and its Queen. They called their new home Roanoke Island, a small stretch of land caught between the mainland and the Outer Banks. It was green, humid, and strange, filled with thick pines, winding creeks, and the call of unseen birds. To the settlers, it must have felt like the edge of the world, but they were not the first to come here. Only 2 years earlier, another English expedition had tried to settle the same island. They'd failed. Their leader had returned to England, leaving 15 men behind. When John White arrived, he found their camp abandoned, their fort in ruins, and only a single human bone in the grass. Still, the new colonists built anew: homes, gardens, a watchtower. And for a time, it seemed possible. Among the settlers was Eleanor Dare, John White's daughter, and she was expecting a child. On August 18, 1587, she gave birth to a daughter, Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the New World. Her birth must have felt like a sign, a beginning, a promise that this colony would last. But promise alone cannot feed a settlement. The supplies ran thin, relations with the local tribes grew tense, the settlers needed help, and so John White made a decision that would change everything. He would sail back to England for more provisions, promising to return swiftly. He left behind his daughter, his granddaughter, and more than 100 others standing on the shore, waving as the sails disappeared over the horizon. He never saw them again. White's voyage home was meant to be quick, but fate had other plans. By the time he reached England, the nation was at war. The Spanish Armada was gathering, a fleet meant to crush England once and for all. Every ship, every man was called into service. No one cared about a small colony across the ocean. White begged for a ship, but none would sail. It would be 3 years before he was able to return. 3 years of storms, battles, and silence. 3 years while 117 men, women, and children waited. Or didn't. When White finally reached Roanoke in 1590, it was August again, the same month he had left. The island looked quiet, peaceful. Too peaceful. There was no smoke, no laughter, no movement. He called out for his family. There was no answer. The settlement was deserted. The houses had been dismantled carefully, not destroyed. The fort stood empty. There were no graves, no bones, no signs of struggle. And then White saw it, carved into a wooden post at the gate of the fort. One word, Croatoan. On a nearby tree, 3 letters more faintly scratched, CRO. White had told the settlers before leaving that if they ever moved, they should carve the name of their destination, and if they were in danger, they should add a cross. There was no cross. To White, that meant they had gone willingly. To Croatoan Island, home of a friendly tribe who had helped the English before. His heart lifted. His family might still be alive. But then a storm rose from the sea. The wind howled, tearing at the ship's sails, forcing the crew to abandon the search. They were driven far south before they could turn back, and when they finally did, the season had turned. The captains refused to risk the voyage again. John White returned to England once more. He would never see Roanoke again. What happened to the colonists of Roanoke remains one of the oldest unsolved mysteries in American history. Over the centuries, theories have multiplied like roots beneath the soil. Some plausible, some strange, all unproven. The simplest theory is that the settlers did as White believed. They moved south to Croatoan Island, known today as Hatteras, and lived among the Croatan people. There are records from later explorers who spoke of native villages where some people had grey eyes or where English words were known. Archaeologists on Hatteras have found European tools, copper rings and gun parts dating to the late 1500s, traces that suggest contact, even blending. If this is true, then the colonists didn't vanish. They simply became part of something else, their identity absorbed into a new world. It's a quiet ending and perhaps the most human one. But not everyone is content with quiet endings. Some believe the colonists were killed by hostile tribes, by disease, or by the wild itself. Others believe they tried to sail home on their own and were lost at sea. And then there are the darker theories. Whispers of mutiny, of starvation, of something terrible that drove them into the forest, never to return. As the years passed, the story of Roanoke grew less like history and more like a haunting. The word Croatoan began to take on a life of its own, appearing in strange places, whispered in tales of disappearances. When the American writer Edgar Allan Poe was found delirious before his death in 1849, one legend claims the last word he spoke was Croatoan. When the stagecoach thief Black Bart vanished from history, the word was said to have been carved into his cell wall. A ship in 1880 found abandoned at sea supposedly bore the same inscription on its mast. Coincidence, perhaps? Or maybe Roanoke's echo is louder than we realize. Modern science has tried to lift the veil. Satellite imaging, soil analysis, and DNA testing have all been used to search for traces of the colony. In recent years, archaeologists identified 2 sites inland near the Chowan River where shards of English pottery were found, possibly the remnants of small groups who split from the main colony. If true, it suggests that the settlers scattered, some south to Croatoan, others inland to safety, fading into the landscape until history forgot their names. Yet even now, nothing definitive has been found. Every discovery brings the same conclusion. Fragments, but not the whole. Evidence, but not proof. Roanoke remains what it has always been. A story half buried in sand and sea. Still, something about it continues to stir us. Perhaps it's because Roanoke was the first English colony in the New World, the beginning of a dream that would grow into nations. And yet that dream began not with triumph, but with disappearance. It reminds us that history is not just built on what survives, but on what's lost. In a way, the colonists of Roanoke became part of the land itself, their voices scattered into the wind, their footprints erased by the tide. Every civilization starts with hope, and everyone eventually fades into silence. Roanoke just did it sooner and more completely. When you stand on the beaches of North Carolina today, you can still feel it. That sense of something unfinished. The wind moves through the grass, the ocean glimmers pale blue, and the horizon feels endless. Somewhere beyond it, England once waited for a ship that never came. Sometimes, at night, the waves hiss against the sand like whispers in another language, one that says, "We were here once." The sea keeps its counsel, the island keeps its ghosts, and the word carved in wood, Croatoan, still waits for an answer that may never come. And so we leave behind the lost voices of Roanoke, the colony that vanished into legend, leaving only a single word behind. Ahead lies another kind of mystery, not of people, but of symbols, written in a language no one has ever read. A clay disc buried in the ruins of Crete, stamped with spirals and secrets that defy translation. The Phaistos Disc. The story of the Phaistos Disc begins in dust and sunlight, in the slow rhythm of a trowel against earth, the kind of quiet that only archaeologists know. It was the summer of 1908 on the island of Crete, where ruins rise out of the soil like bones from an ancient body. Archaeologist Luigi Pernier, An Italian working under the legendary Sir Arthur Evans had spent months excavating the Minoan palace of Phaistos, a labyrinth of storerooms, staircases, and broken walls built nearly 4,000 years ago. That morning, the air was heavy and hot. The workers were clearing a small underground chamber, one of the oldest sections of the palace, when the spade struck something smooth. It wasn't stone, it wasn't bone, it was clay. When they brushed away the dust, they found a circular disc about 6 inches wide, perfectly preserved. Both sides were covered in strange symbols, arranged not in lines, but in a spiral, curling inward toward the center. Pernier lifted it carefully from the ground. Even before cleaning it, he knew it was unlike anything else ever found. He turned it over in his hands. The spiral ran both ways, one on each side. The surface wasn't carved by hand, but stamped, as if small seals had been pressed into the wet clay before it was fired. It looked, in that moment, like a message. But no one could read it, and more than a century later, no one still can. The Phaistos Disc remains one of archaeology's most beautiful and confounding discoveries. It's small, delicate, and simple, and yet it holds the weight of 1,000 questions. There are 242 symbols in total, grouped into 61 words or phrases. Some of the symbols are clear enough to describe a helmet, a fish, a bird, a plumed head, a ship, a shield, a flower. Others are abstract. Swirls, triangles, shapes like seeds or tools. They repeat in patterns suggesting structure, grammar, syntax, rhythm. It is, without doubt, a form of writing, but writing in what? No one knows. The first thing scholars noticed was the stamping. Each symbol appears to have been pressed into the clay using tiny pre-made seals, almost like a printing press. If true, that makes the Phaistos Disc the oldest known example of movable type, predating Gutenberg by more than 3,000 years. It was as if someone in the Bronze Age had invented mass printing, and then the idea simply vanished. That single fact alone would make it remarkable. But it's the symbols themselves, their mystery, that has haunted linguists ever since. The disc dates roughly to 1700 BCE, the age of the Minoans, a seafaring people who built vast palaces, traded across the Mediterranean, and worshipped gods whose names have long since faded. They left behind 2 scripts we can read, Linear A and Linear B. Linear B was deciphered in the 1950s and turned out to be an early form of Greek. Linear A, older, remains unreadable, it's a language without translation. But the Phaistos Disc doesn't match either of them. Its symbols are too distinct, too stylized. It seems to belong to something entirely its own, a third script, unconnected to any known tongue. Some scholars have even suggested it might not be Minoan at all, perhaps imported from another culture altogether. If that's true, the disc might be the only surviving artifact of a lost civilization, a single, wordless voice from a vanished people. Attempts to decode it have filled books, lectures, and decades of patient obsession. Some researchers treat it like a prayer, the spiral layout suggesting a ritual chant, a hymn to a god or goddess. Others think it's a calendar, a record of lunar or solar cycles. A few believe it could be military, a record of conquests or orders. And then there are the dreamers, those who imagine it as a map, a poem, or even a spell. One theory proposes that the disc records the journey of a soul from life to death to rebirth, that the spiral isn't just a pattern, but a path. The writer, they suggest, might have been trying to capture eternity on clay. Every few years, someone claims to have cracked it. Every time, the claims collapse. A linguist in the 1930s said it was an early Slavic script. A physicist in the 1970s said it was a form of ancient Greek shorthand. A modern cryptologist recently argued it's a syllabic hymn to a Minoan mother goddess. None can prove their case, The problem is that the disc stands alone. There are no other examples, no context, no parallel texts. In the world of decipherment, one text is never enough. Without comparison, there's no key to unlock it. It's as if we found a single page torn from a book written in an unknown alphabet. All we can do is guess. And yet, for all its silence, the Phaistos Disc still speaks. When you look at it, the soft curve of the spiral, the care in each pressed symbol, it feels deliberate, intentional. Whoever made it believed in what they were writing. You can sense it in the design. The way each line narrows gracefully toward the center, the rhythm of repetition. It isn't random, it's art, communication, belief. The fingers that pressed those symbols into clay 4,000 years ago knew what they meant, perhaps even believed they were creating something sacred. We may never know the words, but we can feel the intent behind them, the pulse of meaning across time. In 1978, a Greek archaeologist named Louis Godard spent years photographing and reconstructing every symbol of the disc. He noticed something subtle. The way the spiral flows inward might not be accidental. He suggested that the text was meant to be read from the outside in, a journey into the heart of something. Others noticed that the disc's two sides might represent duality, life and death, earth and sky, male and female, the eternal cycle of balance that the Minoans built their mythology upon. In that reading, the disc is not a message, but a mirror, one that reflects the nature of time itself. The spiral, after all, is a shape the universe loves, all galaxies, storms, seashells, DNA. It represents both motion and stillness, chaos and order. Perhaps whoever made the Phaistos Disc wasn't just writing, they were trying to capture that truth in clay. Some modern researchers have even suggested that the disc could be a work of art or philosophy, not meant to be read at all. Maybe the symbols are meant to be felt, not decoded, each one carrying an idea, a memory, a prayer. In that sense, the Phaistos Disc might be the earliest known example of visual poetry, an image language meant to stir emotion rather than deliver information. We moderns, obsessed with translation, might be asking the wrong question. Maybe the disc doesn't need to be solved, maybe it only needs to be listened to. Today, the Phaistos Disc sits under soft light in the Heraklion Archaeological Museum in Crete, protected behind glass. Tourists stop to take pictures, and archaeologists pass it with quiet reverence. It's surprisingly small, smaller than a dinner plate, and yet it feels enormous when you stand before it. The spiral draws you in, your eyes follow it, and without realizing it, you start to feel the rhythm it carries. You imagine the hands that made it, the fire that hardened it, the centuries that buried it, and the accident that revealed it again. Thousands of years separate us, and yet there it is. A voice still pressing upward through the earth, asking to be heard. And maybe that's what keeps it alive. Every civilization leaves messages for the future, some in words, some in stone, some in silence. The Phaistos Disc might be all three. It's a reminder that not everything we make is meant to be understood. Some things are meant simply to endure, to remind us that mystery itself is part of our inheritance. The symbols may never speak again, but in their silence, they whisper something deeper. That language is not the only way to connect across time. Sometimes wonder is enough. And so we leave behind the spirals of Phaistos, that ancient clay disc whose message still turns slowly in the mind, unread yet unforgettable. Now we travel north to a wind-swept plain where stone giants stand in perfect circles. They mark the sun, the moon, and something more mysterious still, Stonehenge's true purpose. The English dawn comes softly. A low fog drifts across the grasslands, the horizon a pale wash of silver and blue. In the center of the field, massive stones stand silent and still, as they have for millennia. They are not random. They are placed with intent, forming circles and arcs that catch the rising sun, the winter solstice, the long shadow of time itself. This is Stonehenge, the world's most famous mystery in stone. For 5,000 years the stones have held their silence. They've outlasted kings, empires, religions and wars, and yet no one can say for certain why they were built. A temple, a tomb, a celestial clock, a monument to something long forgotten. Each theory fits a piece of the puzzle, none explain it all. Stonehenge stands on Salisbury Plain, in southern England, a landscape of rolling hills, chalk soil, and quiet streams. Archaeologists believe construction began around 3000 BCE, during the late Neolithic period, and continued for more than 1,000 years. Imagine that, a project that spanned generations, a lifetime's work for people who would never see its completion. The earliest phase wasn't stone at all, but earth and wood, circular ditches and wooden posts marking the sky. Later came the great stones, some small and local, others enormous and transported from over 100 miles away. The largest of them, the sarsen stones, weigh up to 25 tons each. The smaller ones, the mysterious blue stones, were carried from the mountains of Wales across rivers, forests and hills. No one knows exactly how they were moved, log rollers, wooden sledges, or perhaps a system of ropes, levers and waterlogged tracks, a prehistoric engineering feat that required mathematics, teamwork and vision. However they did it, it was deliberate, unified, and beyond what we usually imagine of ancient hands. Standing among the stones today, you can feel it, a sense of proportion, of geometry, of design. The arrangement isn't random. The circle aligns precisely with the sun's path, the summer and winter solstices marked by the rising and setting of light between specific stones. On midsummer's dawn, the sun lifts perfectly over the heel stone, casting a golden line through the heart of the monument. On midwinter's evening, it sets between the tallest arches, flooding the cold stones with amber fire. To those who built it, this was not coincidence. It was communication, a dialogue between earth and sky. And yet the deeper you look, the stranger it becomes. Stonehenge wasn't built in isolation. Across the plains, archaeologists have discovered dozens of related sites, smaller circles, burial mounds, and wooden enclosures, all connected by ancient pathways. One of them, called Durrington Walls, once held a massive timber circle, a kind of wooden Stonehenge, where archaeologists found traces of feasts and fires. It suggests that the two sites may have represented life and death, wood and stone, flesh and eternity. Some scholars believe the living gathered at Durrington Walls, while Stonehenge was a gateway for the dead, a place where ancestors were honored as the sun rose and fell in ritual rhythm. In that reading, Stonehenge becomes not just a monument, but a bridge between worlds. The alignment with the heavens hints at something even deeper. To build a structure that tracks the sun and moon with such accuracy required observation, patience, and generations of knowledge. Long before telescopes or calendars, the people of the Neolithic were astronomers, farmers who watched the stars to mark time, to predict the seasons, to know when to sow and harvest. Stonehenge may have been their cosmic calendar, a way to anchor the rhythm of life to the motion of the universe. But others argue it was more than that. Not just a tool, but a temple, a sacred space where time, death, and the divine met. In the 1960s, an astronomer named Gerald Hawkins mapped the alignments of the stones using early computers. He found over a dozen possible astronomical markers: solstices, lunar standstills, even eclipses. He called Stonehenge the first computer. The idea captured the world's imagination, an ancient observatory built to calculate the dance of heaven. But not everyone agreed. Skeptics said it was coincidence, that if you draw enough lines between enough points, you'll always find patterns. Still, even they couldn't deny the precision. Someone, 5,000 years ago, had known where the sun would rise and set for centuries to come, and carved it into the bones of the earth. And then there's the human mystery. For all the talk of engineering and astronomy, what Stonehenge represents most profoundly is human effort. The people who built it had no wheels, no metal tools, no beasts of burden. Yet they shaped and raised stones taller than houses. They did it not for survival, but for meaning. Imagine what that means, to gather a community, generation after generation, to move mountains of stone simply to mark where the light falls on a certain day. That act itself is sacred. It tells us something about who they were, that they believed the world was connected, that death was not an ending, that the sky was worth speaking to. Over the years, new discoveries have peeled back layers of the mystery, but never fully solved it. DNA evidence shows that the builders were a mix of local farmers and migrants from across Europe, people who brought new traditions, beliefs, and perhaps even gods. Traces of pigment suggest that the stones may once have been painted. Tiny fragments of gold and tools have been found in the surrounding soil, offerings perhaps to whatever the circle represented. And beneath it all, archaeologists discovered cremated human remains, burned bones buried carefully in pits. Stonehenge, it seems, was not just about the heavens, it was about memory. It was a place to honor the dead, to send their spirits with the rising sun. A temple of time. Still, the deeper question lingers. Why here? Why this field, this plain, this cold, windy plateau in the heart of England? Perhaps because it sits at the crossroads of sky and land, where the sun sets over chalk cliffs and the horizon seems endless. Or perhaps because here, more than anywhere else, the ancients could see eternity. The circle itself, endless, unbroken, is a symbol of continuity, of cycles. Every sunrise is rebirth, every sunset return. Stonehenge, in that light, becomes both clock and prayer, a reminder that time is not a line, but a wheel. And maybe that's its true purpose. Not as an observatory or tomb, but as a message. A message written not in words, but in stone. That human beings are part of the same rhythm that moves the stars. Every civilization that has ever lived has built monuments to this truth. Pyramids, temples, towers, all trying to fix eternity in place. But Stonehenge does it quietly. No carvings, no kings, no gods, just stones and light. And perhaps that's why it endures. At dawn on the summer solstice, thousands still gather there. They come from around the world, druids, astronomers, wanderers, dreamers, to watch the first light rise between the stones. For a few minutes, the sunlight turns the grey pillars to gold, and the crowd falls silent. It's easy, in that moment, to imagine what it must have felt like 5,000 years ago. To see the same sunrise, to feel the same warmth, to know you were standing exactly where your ancestors once stood, watching time turn in its eternal circle. The stones don't speak, they don't have to. Their silence is the message. In the end, maybe Stonehenge's purpose isn't lost at all. Maybe we've just forgotten how to listen. The ancients didn't separate the sacred from the scientific. For them, the sky itself was holy, and the act of measuring it was worship. Perhaps Stonehenge isn't a question waiting for an answer, but an answer we keep forgetting to ask. When the fog settles back across Salisbury Plain, the stones disappear into the mist, grey shapes fading to shadow. They wait, patient as the centuries, The sun will rise again tomorrow, and again the next day exactly where they marked it long ago. Time continues to pass, but Stonehenge remains, forever caught between earth and sky, a monument not to what we know, but to what we seek. And so we leave behind the standing stones of England, their circles still measuring light long after their builders vanished. Now we travel to another mystery, not built of stone, but born of the human body itself, a fever that made entire cities dance uncontrollably until exhaustion or death, the dancing plague. The summer of 1518 began quietly in the city of Strasbourg. The air was warm, the Rhine River shimmered in the sun, and the scent of bread and smoke drifted through the narrow cobblestone streets. It was, at first, a season like any other, until one woman began to dance. Her name, as history remembers it, was Frau Trophäa. No one knew why she stepped into the street that day. There was no festival, no celebration, no music playing. But she began to move. Slowly at first, her feet tapping, her body swaying, her arms trembling like someone caught in prayer or trance. People stopped to watch. Some laughed, some stared, but the woman didn't stop. She danced for hours, then through the night, then into the next day. By the second day, her feet were bleeding. By the third, her face was pale and her movements frantic. But still she danced. And then something even stranger happened. Others joined her. Within a week, more than 30 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg. Men, women, children. They twirled, staggered, and convulsed, unable to rest. They collapsed from exhaustion, only to rise again and continue moving. By the month's end, the number had grown to hundreds. Witnesses described a scene almost impossible to imagine, the city square filled with writhing bodies, music pounding, feet striking stone like thunder. And through it all, the dancers' faces showed no joy, only terror and pain. It became known as the Dancing Plague. The records from that summer survive in the city's archives, parish notes, physician reports, and letters from stunned officials. One reads simply, "Many in the city are seized by an uncontrollable compulsion to dance, day and night without rest until they fall." Another, from a local chronicler, describes it like an epidemic. They danced in the open, in the marketplace, in the streets. Some fell dead of heart or heat, others continued without strength like souls possessed. The city's leaders were baffled. At first, they assumed the dancers were faking, actors, rebels, or drunkards. But when the victims began collapsing and dying from exhaustion, stroke, or dehydration, fear gripped the council. Something invisible was spreading, not just from house to house, but from body to body, mind to mind. Doctors were summoned. Their diagnosis? Hot blood. They believed the dancers were suffering from a kind of fever of the spirit, that the cure was not to stop them, but to let them dance it out. So the authorities did something astonishing. They built them a stage. They cleared the city square, hired musicians, and even brought in professional dancers to accompany them, thinking that if the afflicted could dance freely, the illness would burn itself away. Instead, it grew worse. The music only seemed to feed it. The rhythm drove the afflicted into frenzy, their movements more violent, their cries echoing through the city at night. By August, the square was a scene of chaos. Men collapsed mid-step, their hearts giving out. Women fainted and were carried away, only to wake and return to the dance. Children joined in, shaking as if in trance, and still no one could say why. Modern historians have tried for centuries to explain the dancing plague of 1518. The simplest theory is mass hysteria, a collective psychogenic illness where fear and stress become contagious, spreading through the body like disease. The early 1500s were a time of famine, plague, and despair. Floods had ruined crops, the poor were starving, religion preached that sin and punishment were everywhere. In such an atmosphere, some scholars believe, the people of Strasbourg reached a breaking point, their minds snapping under fear and hunger. The dancing, in that theory, was a kind of psychic eruption, an unconscious rebellion against suffering, a body's way of screaming without words. Another theory blames ergot poisoning, a toxic mold that grows on damp rye grain and can cause hallucinations, spasms, and convulsions. The same fungus later inspired the creation of LSD. If the townspeople had eaten contaminated bread, they could have suffered visions and muscle seizures that looked like frenzied dancing. But ergot poisoning usually weakens the body quickly. It doesn't fuel days of rhythmic motion, and the scale of the outbreak, hundreds of people, makes it difficult to explain through food alone. So perhaps the truth is more complicated, a mix of belief, biology, and fear. The people of Strasbourg were deeply religious, their lives guided by saints, relics, and omens. Many believed the plague was a punishment from Saint Vitus, the patron saint of dancers and epileptics. In medieval law, Saint Vitus could curse those who angered him to dance uncontrollably until death, a divine punishment for sin or disbelief. And so, in a desperate attempt to end the plague, city officials eventually reversed their decision. The music stopped. The stages were dismantled. The remaining dancers were gathered and led on pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Vitus in the nearby mountains. There, priests performed rituals, prayed, and laid holy crosses upon their feet. One by one, the dancers fell still, and just like that, the epidemic ended. It's tempting to see the story as madness, something that could only happen in the distant past. But human psychology hasn't changed much. Even today, cases of mass psychogenic illness appear in schools, factories, and towns. Mysterious fits, fainting spells, laughter outbreaks that spread through communities without any biological cause. They are reminders that belief can be as infectious as any virus, that the body can act out the mind's hidden terrors. The dancing plague of 1518 may have been one of the most dramatic examples. A city's collective suffering made visible, a kind of ritual exorcism written in flesh and movement. There's something tragic and beautiful in it too. When you strip away the fear, the dancing itself becomes a strange form of communication, a wordless expression of despair, faith, and exhaustion. Imagine it. 1,000 footsteps echoing through narrow streets, the rhythm of drums, the pale light of torches flickering against stone walls, faces lit with fever and devotion. It's haunting, yes, but also deeply human, because at its core, it's a story about release. When words fail, the body takes over. When pain becomes too great, it finds rhythm. After the plague subsided, Strasbourg returned to normal life. The markets reopened, the church bells rang, and the city resumed its slow march through time. But the legend endured. Painters depicted the dancers as possessed, whirling in circles beneath the gaze of horrified priests. Writers turned the story into allegory, a warning about temptation, sin, or hysteria. And through the centuries, the mystery remained unsolved. Was it faith, famine, poison, or panic? Or something stranger? Something between the physical and the spiritual? A collective trance born from the friction of suffering and belief? We may never know. In the quiet of a museum in Strasbourg today, you can still see the records, neat, handwritten notes by the city's scribes describing the plague. The ink has faded, but the words remain clear. They danced until they could dance no more, and some of them died. No explanation follows. Just that. A story of motion and mortality preserved like a heartbeat trapped in parchment. Maybe that's how the mystery survives, not as something to be solved, but as something to be felt. The dancing plague reminds us how thin the line is between body and mind, faith and fear, reason and surrender. It's what happens when the world's weight becomes too heavy, and the only way to bear it is to move until you can't anymore. Even now, when music plays late at night and crowds move together in rhythm, when festivals, in streets, in clubs, you can still sense the echo of it, the wildness, the release, the loss of control. The difference perhaps is only intent. Where they danced to escape pain, we dance to forget it. Either way, the movement remains. That ancient human instinct to turn chaos into rhythm, suffering into motion. Maybe the dancers of 1518 weren't cursed or poisoned at all. Maybe they were simply the first to discover how fragile the line is between the need to survive and the need to surrender. And so we leave behind the fevered streets of Strasbourg, the music that killed, the silence that followed, and the question that still sways in history's rhythm. Our next mystery lies beneath the sea, a kingdom said to have vanished in a single night, swallowed by the waves. Was it myth or memory, a story or a warning? The lost city of Atlantis. If you listen closely, the ocean always sounds like it's whispering. Waves breaking on rock, wind moving through salt. It's the sound of memory, of something trying to speak through time. And maybe, long ago, it really did. The story of Atlantis begins not with explorers or sailors, but with a philosopher. Around 360 BCE, in ancient Athens, Plato wrote 2 dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, in which he described a place unlike any other, a mighty island civilization that rose beyond the pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He wrote of grand temples, canals, shining walls and towers that glittered in the sun, a land rich in metals and wisdom, a people both powerful and proud. And then, in a single day, a night of misfortune, the island of Atlantis sank into the sea, swallowed whole, leaving nothing but silence. Plato said the story came from his ancestor, Solon, who had heard it from Egyptian priests, a tale already ancient even in their time. It was, he said, a warning about arrogance and decay, the fall of a civilization that thought itself greater than the gods. But ever since, people have asked the same question. Was it just a story? Or did Atlantis really exist? If it was a myth, it was a strangely precise one. Plato described its geography in detail, a great island surrounded by rings of sea and land, ruled by kings descended from Poseidon, the god of the sea. Its capital was built around a hill where the god had once loved a mortal woman, Cleito, and from their children came the rulers of Atlantis. They built temples plated with silver and orichalcum, a mysterious red metal more precious than gold. They carved canals that led to the ocean, farms that stretched across plains, and a navy that rivaled the world. But over time, he wrote, their hearts grew greedy. They forgot the divine and sought only power. So in judgment the gods sent earthquakes and floods, and Atlantis disappeared beneath the waves. It's a story so vivid that even after 2,000 years, people still dream of finding it. In the centuries that followed, explorers searched the maps and horizons for clues. The Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, all were accused of hiding the lost island. Some said it lay off the coast of Spain, near Cadiz, where underwater ridges resemble the shapes of rings. Others looked to Crete and the Aegean, where the Minoan civilization had once thrived and vanished suddenly, destroyed by the eruption of Thera, now called Santorini, around 1600 BCE. That eruption was one of the most violent in human history, a blast that darkened skies across the world, shattered islands and sent tsunamis rolling toward Crete. Could it have been Atlantis? The Minoans, after all, were sea traders, builders, artists, advanced beyond their time. And in a single cataclysm, they were gone. If you stand on the rim of Santorini's caldera today, you can still see it. The black cliffs rising from the sea, the vast hollow where a civilization once stood. It's easy to imagine how such a place could become a legend. But Atlantis has never been content to stay in one place. Every generation moves it somewhere new. In the 1500s, after the discovery of the Americas, some believed the New World itself was the lost continent, the remnants of an Atlantean empire reborn. In the 1800s, mystics placed it in the Atlantic Ocean, linking it to psychic energy, pyramids, even alien ancestry. Writers like Ignatius Donnelly claimed Atlantis was the cradle of all civilization, that its refugees had seeded Egypt, Greece, and the Americas after the Great Flood. The idea spread like wildfire, romantic, impossible, irresistible. Atlantis became not just a place, but a symbol, a mirror for whatever humanity longed for most, a perfect past, a paradise lost. But Plato's tale may have had deeper roots in truth. Archaeologists have found evidence that near the end of the Ice Age, around 11,000 years ago, at the same period Plato gives for Atlantis's fall, sea levels rose dramatically. Entire coastlines were swallowed as glaciers melted, burying valleys, rivers, and settlements under the waves. Off the coasts of India, Japan, and Europe, divers have discovered submerged ruins and tools, the remnants of ancient communities erased by water. Maybe Atlantis wasn't one island, but a memory of that global event, humanity's first collective trauma remembered through myth. Plato might have taken that story, passed down through oral tradition, and woven it into allegory. If so, then Atlantis is real, just not in the way we think. It's a memory of everything we've lost to the sea. Still, the search continues. In 2011, satellite images revealed geometric shapes beneath the waters off the coast of Spain, near Doñana National Park. A marshy plain Plato's description roughly fits. Excavations there found ancient stones, pottery, and strange concentric mounds. The archaeologists who studied them suggested they could be memorials, built by survivors of a disaster to remember the city they had lost. Whether or not it was Atlantis, the impulse is telling. We remember through ruins. We build so we won't be forgotten. Every theory about Atlantis reflects the time it was told. To the Greeks, it was a moral warning. To the Victorians, a romantic dream of perfection. To the modern world, it's a metaphor for hubris, the price of forgetting how fragile we are. Maybe that's the real reason the story endures, because it isn't about the past at all. It's about the present and the future. If you close your eyes and imagine it, you can almost see it. The sea, a deep, glassy blue. A city of white marble and red copper gleaming beneath the sun. Bridges spanning the rings of water. Ships moving through the canals. The scent of salt and jasmine. The murmur of 1,000 voices. And then the trembling. The sound of stone cracking, of waves roaring against the walls, the horizon bending, people running as the temples collapse, the sky darkens, the sea rises. The city sinks slowly, beautifully, completely, swallowed by the very element that once sustained it. For a few moments, the ocean glows with reflected firelight. Then darkness, silence, and only bubbles where a world once stood. Atlantis is gone, but in a way, it never left. Because every time a civilization rises, every time we build towers that reach the clouds or machines that reshape the world, we retell the same story. A story about how quickly greatness turns to ruin. About how the sea, always takes back what's hers. Maybe Plato understood that better than anyone. Maybe he invented Atlantis not as history, but as prophecy. Not to warn us about what was lost, but about what can always be lost again. Beneath the waves, silence stretches on. But sometimes divers exploring deep trenches off the Azores or the Bahamas say they feel something strange. Not a presence, but an atmosphere. A sense that the ocean is watching, waiting. Perhaps it's imagination, or perhaps memory lingers in water longer than we think. Every wave that breaks on shore carries a trace of the past. Minerals, molecules, fragments of everything that's ever lived and died. And if Atlantis was real, it's still here, just scattered, dissolved, mingled with the sea itself. So maybe the question isn't where Atlantis was, but why it stays with us, because deep down we all understand what it means. To lose something so completely that only stories remain, a person, a city, a world. Atlantis is the part of us that still looks back across the horizon and wonders what sank beneath our own waves. The sea, for all its beauty, has no memory, and yet it remembers everything. That's the paradox of Atlantis, and a story about forgetting that refuses to be forgotten. And so we leave behind the lost city beneath the waves, a civilization that may never have existed, yet never truly disappeared. Our next mystery lies not beneath the sea, but upon the surface of the earth itself, a message carved into desert stone, so vast it can only be seen from the sky. No storms, no fire, no gods this time, only silence, patience, and lines that refuse to fade. The Nazca Lines. In the desert of southern Peru, where the wind hums over sand and stone, lies one of humanity's strangest and quietest mysteries. It's not hidden in caves or buried in ruins. It stretches openly across the land, hundreds of shapes, spirals, and figures etched into the dry earth, spanning nearly 500 square kilometers. Seen from the ground, they look like nothing. Shallow furrows in pale red soil. But from above, from the air, they become something extraordinary. A spider, a hummingbird, a monkey with a coiled tail, a man with arms raised to the sky. These are the Nazca Lines, massive geoglyphs carved into the desert nearly 2,000 years ago by a people whose reasons have vanished with time. The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth. It almost never rains. The sun burns all day. The air barely stirs. The land is a palette of rust red and grey-brown, lifeless, empty, eternal. And that stillness, that perfect dryness, is what preserved the lines. Each figure was made by removing the dark, oxidized stones that cover the desert surface, exposing the lighter earth beneath. Once cleared, the shapes stay visible for centuries, untouched by rain, shielded by the wind's gentleness. The desert itself became the Nazca people's canvas. The lines were rediscovered by outsiders in the 1920s, when commercial pilots flying over the desert noticed enormous patterns stretching for miles. From the cockpit, the shapes were unmistakable, too precise, too deliberate to be natural. Imagine being one of those pilots, looking down and seeing a hummingbird the size of a football field, its wings spread across the desert floor, or a straight line running perfectly true for miles, slicing through valleys and hills. How could ancient people without flight, without machines, have drawn such perfect, vast designs, visible only from the sky? That question has haunted archaeologists ever since. At first, some believed they were ancient roads or irrigation channels, practical works mistaken for art. But the patterns were too geometric, too intentional. Then came the theories, some scientific, some wildly imaginative. The most famous came from Erich von Däniken, the Swiss writer, who in the 1960s proposed that the Nazca Lines were landing strips for extraterrestrial visitors. He imagined the desert as an ancient spaceport, the hummingbird as a symbol of flight, the lines as runways for alien ships. It was thrilling, cinematic, and entirely without evidence. Yet the theory stuck because there is something undeniably otherworldly about the Nazca Lines. They feel like messages meant to be seen from the heavens, art created for eyes that look down, not across. Modern archaeologists see something more grounded but no less mysterious. The Nazca were skilled astronomers and water engineers living in a harsh desert that offered almost no rain. Their survival depended on understanding the rhythms of nature, the movement of stars, the flow of underground water, the cycle of drought and renewal. Some researchers, like Maria Rica, the German mathematician who dedicated her life to studying the lines, believed they were astronomical calendars. Rica spent 50 years walking the desert with measuring tape and notebook, mapping every figure by hand. She discovered alignments with the sun, moon, and certain stars, suggesting the lines may have marked solstices, equinoxes, or times for ritual planting. Others think they were ritual pathways, walked by priests in ceremonies calling for rain, fertility, and cosmic balance. The act of walking itself may have been prayer, tracing sacred routes through an unforgiving landscape. The figures themselves, called geoglyphs, seem alive, full of motion and meaning. The hummingbird, symbol of vitality and the return of flowers. The spider, linked to water and rain in Andean myth. The monkey, connected to fertility. The condor, soaring above all, a messenger between the living and the divine. And then there are the lines. Hundreds of straight, arrow-like marks stretching across hills and valleys without deviation. When scientists mapped them with satellite data, they realized something astonishing. Many of these lines converge on ceremonial centers, temples, pyramids, and wells hidden beneath centuries of sand. The desert itself, it seems, was a living map of faith. To walk there now is to feel disoriented. You can't see the shapes when you stand inside them. They're too large, too vast. All you see are shallow trenches, maybe 10 or 20 centimeters deep, blending into the endless plain. But if you climb the surrounding foothills, or fly above them, the world shifts. The lines come alive, unfolding like patterns in a woven cloth. There's a hum to it. Not literal sound, but the feeling of geometry humming beneath your feet. Every curve feels intentional, every spiral feels ancient. You can almost feel the pulse of the hands that made them. Thousands of years ago, walking slowly through the desert, marking lines that would outlive their names, their homes, their gods. For all our satellites and scanners, we still don't fully understand how they made them so precisely. Some of the straight lines run for miles across uneven terrain, never wavering even by a meter. No ropes, no compasses, no aerial view, just human patience and vision. Experiments show that with wooden stakes, simple sight lines, and teamwork, it's possible. But possible doesn't make it less awe-inspiring. The Nazca didn't have to build monuments of stone to prove their brilliance. They used emptiness itself. They wrote on the earth. And what makes it haunting is that we don't know what they were trying to say. Were they sending messages to the gods, creating maps of constellations, marking the paths of water hidden underground? Or were they simply art, expressions of beauty and devotion meant to please the sky, not to last forever? And yet they did. Sometimes mystery survives not because we can't solve it, but because solving it would make it smaller. Maybe the Nazca didn't intend for us to understand. Maybe they only wanted us to look. At night, when the desert cools and the stars emerge, brighter here than almost anywhere on Earth, the connection becomes clearer. The lines below mirror the sky above. The hummingbird traces the Milky Way. The monkey's spiral echoes the path of the planets. It's as if the Nazca were not just drawing pictures, Buati, they were pulling heaven to earth. In 2018, new technology revealed something astonishing. More than 50 new geoglyphs hidden beneath the sands, invisible to the naked eye but visible through drone imaging and infrared scans. Among them were figures of fish, birds, and humanoid shapes never before seen. Some were older than the Nazca culture itself, suggesting this practice of carving messages into the earth had begun centuries earlier, passed down like a sacred language no one could translate anymore. The desert, it turns out, still has things to say. If you visit today, the air is utterly still. The silence is so complete you can hear your own heartbeat. The only movement is wind, the occasional swirl of dust across stone. And somewhere beneath your feet, the marks of ancient footsteps still remain, faint, pressed into the same soil that holds the lines. Everywhere else, history fades. But here, it doesn't. Here, the earth itself remembers. Maybe that's the real miracle of the Nazca Lines. Not that they were made, but that they survived. No walls, no books, no names, just shallow marks on the skin of the world, holding their shape for 2,000 years. It's humbling that so much meaning could be drawn with so little. We build towers that crumble. They drew a bird that still flies. When the sun sets over the desert, the stones turn gold, and the sky fills with stars that the Nazca once followed. You can almost feel them there, eyes turned upward, hearts tuned to something larger than themselves. They weren't trying to conquer nature, they were trying to speak to it, and maybe they succeeded. Because long after their temples fell and their names were forgotten, the sky still listens. And so we leave behind the sunlit desert of Peru, the silent symbols carved for gods or stars, still shimmering beneath the dust of centuries. Our next mystery takes us far north, into snow and wind, to a mountain pass in the Russian Urals, where 9 hikers set out on a winter expedition and never returned. When their bodies were found, nothing made sense. Their tent was torn open from within, their clothes were scattered in the snow, and the question has never been answered. The Dyatlov Pass incident. The Ural Mountains in winter are the kind of cold that doesn't just sting, it silences. Snow muffles every sound, breath freezes on your scarf, and even daylight feels brittle. It was here, in February 1959, that 9 experienced hikers from the Ural Polytechnic Institute set out on a journey that would become one of the most unsettling, unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. They were young, strong, and full of promise. Students and recent graduates, trained in survival, led by Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old engineering student known for his discipline and skill. Their goal was simple: to reach Otorten Mountain, deep in the northern Urals. In the native Mansi language, the name means "don't go there." No one yet knew how prophetic that would be. The group, 7 men and 2 women, departed on January the 27th. They carried skis, tents, food, notebooks, and cameras. Their route was challenging but routine for hikers of their experience. They kept journals and took cheerful photos, laughing, skiing, posing in snow-covered forests. Everything seemed ordinary until February 1st, when they made camp on the slope of a mountain the Mansi called Kholat Siachel, or Dead Mountain. Why they chose to pitch their tent on that exposed, icy slope remains unclear. Perhaps to practice survival in harsh conditions, perhaps because darkness fell too quickly to descend. Either way, it would be the last night they were ever seen alive. When the hikers failed to return, search parties were sent into the mountains. Weeks passed before rescuers found the tent, half buried in snow, tilted on the slope, and eerily intact. But something was terribly wrong. The tent had been cut open from the inside. Inside were the hikers' belongings, boots, jackets, food, even their diaries, all left neatly arranged, as if they had left in a hurry. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no footprints leading into the tent, only a line of tracks leading away from it, down the slope. The footprints were barefoot. The searchers followed them. After about a kilometer, they reached the edge of a forest, where they found the first two bodies, Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko, lying near the remains of a small fire beneath a cedar tree. Both were barefoot, dressed only in underwear. Their hands were raw, their skin burned. Nearby, branches on the tree were broken several meters high, as if someone had climbed in panic or desperation. Between the tent and the fire, searchers found 3 more bodies, Dyatlov, Kolmogorova, and Slobodin, frozen in the snow, positioned as if trying to crawl back to camp. It took 2 months to find the remaining 4. They were discovered deeper in the forest under several feet of snow in a ravine. That's where the story becomes something else entirely. These last 4 were better dressed, as if they'd taken clothing from the dead. But their injuries defied explanation. One, Thibaut Brignol, had a crushed skull, but no external wound. 2 others, Zolotaryov and Dubinina, had multiple broken ribs, massive internal trauma, injuries likened by the pathologist to a car crash. And Lyudmila Dubinina, the youngest woman, was found without her eyes or tongue. There were no signs of animal attack, no signs of struggle, no footprints of anyone else. The snow around them was untouched, the official cause of death. Unknown compelling force, that phrase, cold and bureaucratic, became the heart of the legend. What kind of force makes 9 trained hikers flee barefoot into sub-zero temperatures, tear open their own tent from within, and die scattered across a mountain under conditions no one could explain? Over the decades, dozens of theories have tried and failed to answer that question. Some are logical, some are not. The first theory was simple panic, an avalanche. Perhaps the snow began to slide and they cut their way out of the tent to escape. But when rescuers found the site, there were no signs of an avalanche, no deep snowdrifts, no debris, no damage to the tent poles still standing upright. And if it was fear of avalanche, why walk calmly downhill in a line instead of running? It didn't add up. Then came the military theory. The Soviet Union in 1959 was a place of secrecy and testing. Some believe the hikers accidentally wandered into an area where weapons experiments were being conducted, perhaps parachute mines or chemical tests. The orange glow seen in the sky that night, reported by locals miles away, was cited as evidence of explosions or flares. The strange radiation found on some of the hikers' clothes, faint but measurable, deepened suspicion. Were they victims of an experiment gone wrong? No official records ever confirmed it. And the injuries didn't match any known weapon. Still, the idea of military cover-up lingers. Then there are the stranger theories, that they were attacked by Mansi tribesmen. But the autopsies showed no defensive wounds, and the Mansi had helped in the search. That they encountered a yeti, a creature of myth and snow, a theory born from one of the hikers' joking diary entries about snowmen. That they saw something in the sky, UFOs, strange lights, an encounter that terrified them into fleeing. That the sound of the wind funneled through the mountain slopes created infrasound, low-frequency vibrations that cause nausea, panic, and hallucination. That fear itself killed them. In 2019, 60 years later, Russian authorities reopened the case. Their conclusion, after modern analysis, a small, delayed avalanche. The theory suggests the hiker's tent was partially buried by snow in the night. Believing the slope unstable, they cut their way out, fled downhill, and died of exposure while trying to return. It fits the evidence, mostly, but not all of it. It doesn't explain the catastrophic internal injuries, or why some victims were missing eyes and tongue, or why traces of radiation were found. Even now, many experts quietly admit the mystery remains unsolved. If you visit the site today, the snow still lies deep on the slopes of Kholat Syakhl. A simple stone memorial stands there, marked with the names of the 9 who died. Their faces stare out from faded photographs. Young, bright, unafraid. They were not the kind to run from shadows. Whatever happened that night must have been real, immediate, and terrifying. Sometimes when wind sweeps over the pass, it hums through the rocks in long, low tones, like voices carried on the air. Locals say you can still hear them. Faint laughter, footsteps, or the rustle of fabric in the snow. Of course, it's just wind. It's always the wind. But standing there, surrounded by endless white, you understand why the question never dies. The footprints fade, the snow melts, but the mystery remains. Something happened on that mountain, something powerful enough to erase 9 lives and leave no answers behind. And maybe that's the most haunting part of all. And so we leave behind the frozen silence of the Urals, a mountain where reason breaks like ice and truth remains buried beneath the snow. Our next mystery lies far below, in the dark heart of the ocean, where a sound once rose from the depths louder than any whale, any volcano, any storm. It came from nowhere, lasted for less than a minute, and was never heard again. The Bloop. The ocean is the last true wilderness. It covers more than 70% of the Earth, yet we've explored less than 5. It hides mountain ranges taller than the Himalayas, trenches deeper than Everest is high, and creatures so strange they might as well be from another planet. It is, quite literally, another world, dark, cold, and mostly silent, mostly. Because sometimes that silence breaks, and when it does, it reminds us how little we really know about the planet we live on. In the summer of 1997, scientists at the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, were running a network of underwater microphones deep in the Pacific. These hydrophones had been laid decades earlier during the Cold War, built to track submarines and distant explosions. But after the war, scientists began using them for peaceful research, listening to the deep ocean to study whales, earthquakes, and the shifting of tectonic plates. The ocean, after all, carries sound better than air. Underwater, a single noise can travel thousands of kilometers, wrapping around continents, echoing through trenches, crossing oceans. And that's how, one day, they heard something impossible. It was first detected in May, a strange, low-frequency sound that rose in pitch like a deep underwater growl or the twisting groan of metal under pressure. It lasted about 1 minute. The sound was so loud it was picked up by sensors more than 5,000 kilometers apart across the entire Pacific Ocean. It was unlike any whale call, unlike any geological event ever recorded. The scientists gave it a simple name, like they did with many other deep-sea anomalies: the Bloop. At first it seemed almost playful, a funny word for something vast and mysterious. But the more they studied it, the stranger it became. Every known natural sound in the ocean has a kind of signature. Volcanoes, earthquakes, ice cracking, whales, each has its own acoustic fingerprint. But the Bloop didn't match any of them. Its frequency was organic, meaning it sounded more like something alive than mechanical. Yet it was far louder than anything a living creature could possibly produce. If it were biological, scientists estimated, it would have to come from something larger than any known animal on Earth, something bigger than a blue whale, and no one could imagine what that could be. Soon, the sound escaped the realm of science and entered the world of legend. News stories called it the voice of a sea monster. Documentaries whispered about Leviathan, the ancient beast of the deep. Internet forums speculated about Cthulhu, the cosmic entity from H.P. Lovecraft's stories, especially since the coordinates of the Bloop roughly matched the location of Aurelia, the fictional underwater city where Cthulhu was said to sleep. It was the perfect storm of mystery and myth, a scientific enigma wrapped in oceanic darkness. But while the internet dreamed of monsters, scientists quietly kept listening. The Noe team recorded many other sounds that year, clicks, rumbles, groans, but none ever matched the scale of the Bloop. They triangulated its location to a remote stretch of ocean west of South America, near the coast of Chile, thousands of kilometers from human activity, shipping routes, or known seismic zones. It was, quite literally, in the middle of nowhere, and then, after that summer, the sound never repeated. No second Bloop, no faint echo, nothing, just one perfect, terrifying moment of sound, and silence ever since. Over time, explanations began to surface. One theory suggested the Bloop was caused by ice quakes, enormous icebergs fracturing or grounding against the seafloor in Antarctica. When glaciers crack under pressure, they can release tremendous bursts of sound, sometimes strong enough to be heard thousands of kilometers away. The signature, some experts said, matched the pattern. In 2012, Noe finally concluded that the Bloop was consistent with ice-related seismic activity, meaning it likely came from the breakup of a massive iceberg. Case closed, officially. And yet the Bloop refuses to fade. Even if it was ice, it still stands as one of the loudest sounds ever recorded in Earth's oceans. A noise that traveled halfway across the planet through water dense with pressure and cold. No human ear ever heard it directly. Only machines caught its whisper. But those who've listened to the playback, sped up to human hearing range, describe it as unsettling. It starts deep and low, then rises, curling upward like something awakening. A moan that becomes a roar, then fades into nothing. It feels alive, even if it's not. And maybe that's why it lingers in our imagination. Because the truth is, we still don't know what else lives in the deep ocean. Every year, new species are discovered: translucent fish, giant squid, glowing jellyfish, worms that live on sulfur vents where sunlight has never touched. In those black trenches, places like the Mariana Trench, deeper than Mount Everest is tall, pressure would crush a human like paper. Temperatures hover just above freezing, and yet life exists. If life can exist there, what else could it become? The ocean is an ancient thing. It remembers worlds before ours, before continents took their shape, before language, before memory. When something moves down there, no one sees it. When it calls, no one answers. Perhaps the Bloop was ice, perhaps it was tectonic, or perhaps it was something older, something vast and slow, moving through the dark beneath our notice. Not a monster, but a reminder that we are guests on a planet we still barely understand. Sometimes, late at night, sailors crossing the southern Pacific report strange noises beneath their hulls. Long, low pulses that vibrate through steel. They call them whale songs. But sometimes the pattern is wrong, the pitch too low, the timing too strange. The ocean is full of sound we can't name, and the deeper you go, the louder the silence becomes. The mystery of the Bloop is not about what it was, but what it represents. The unknown is not always far away, it's beneath us, all around us, in the same water we swim, the same tides that cradle our coasts, For a moment in 1997, the deep spoke, and we listened, and then it went quiet again. Maybe it will never speak again, or maybe it already has, and we just weren't listening this time. In the end, perhaps the most haunting thing about the bloop isn't the sound itself, but its brevity.
1 minute, that's all. A single cry in an ocean older than history. Recorded by chance. Never repeated. Proof, perhaps, that mystery is not the opposite of knowledge, but part of it. Because the ocean, like time, hides its answers in motion, and every sound it makes is both a clue and a question. And so we leave behind the deep, where sound becomes shadow, and silence swallows meaning.
Our next mystery takes us back to the land, to a place where human hands moved mountains of stone with a precision that still humbles modern engineers. No one knows how they did it, or why every line, every angle, and every star still fits perfectly. The pyramids' precision. The Egyptian desert has a sound of its own, a silence so complete it hums in your ears. The air is dry, the horizon endless, and in that golden emptiness rise three shapes so perfect they almost seem unreal. The pyramids of Giza, the last of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and perhaps still the greatest. They stand there as they have for nearly 4,500 years, older than Rome, older than the Bible, older even than most of the stars we see at night. And yet, after centuries of study, one question remains: how? How did a civilization with copper tools and wooden sledges create monuments of such size, weight, and mathematical precision that even our most advanced machines struggle to match them? The Great Pyramid of Khufu, the largest of the three, rises more than 480 feet into the desert sky. It was once covered in gleaming limestone casing stones that caught the sunlight and made the whole structure shine like gold. Each side of its base measures almost exactly 230 meters, aligned so precisely to the cardinal directions that it deviates by less than a fraction of a degree. The difference between the longest and shortest side, less than 2 centimeters. Even with modern technology, such perfection would be difficult. But this was done around 2560 BCE, using nothing more than ropes, levers, and the human hand. It's enough to make anyone wonder, how did they do it? Archaeologists have pieced together parts of the puzzle. They know the pyramid was built from around 2.3 million blocks of limestone and granite, each weighing between 2 and 80 tons. They know the workers likely used ramps, sledges, and water to move and position the stones. They know the structure was not the work of slaves, as once believed, but of thousands of skilled laborers organized into teams who lived and worked in nearby villages. But knowing the mechanics doesn't remove the awe, because the deeper you look, the stranger the precision becomes. The pyramid's base is aligned true north with astonishing accuracy, to within 1/15 of a degree. For comparison, most modern buildings, even with GPS and laser surveying, can't achieve that level of alignment on this scale. How did they do it? One theory is that they used the stars, specifically the alignment of Thuban, a star in the constellation Draco, which sat near the north celestial pole at that time. By watching the stars cross the sky, the ancient builders could have marked true north without compasses or instruments, using only patience, observation, and an understanding of the heavens so deep it feels almost supernatural. And then there's the mathematics. The Great Pyramid encodes ratios and constants that seem to reflect universal principles. Pi, the golden ratio, even the dimensions of the Earth itself. The pyramid's height, when compared to the circumference of its base, yields an almost perfect approximation of pi. Its proportions mirror the curve of the planet. Its orientation matches the arc of the sun and the shadow of the equinox. Some say coincidence, others say intention. Either way, the result is something breathtaking, a monument that feels less like architecture and more like a message, a geometry of eternity. When you stand before it, the scale overwhelms you. The stones are massive yet perfectly fitted, so close that even a knife blade can't slip between them. No mortar, no binding agent, just weight and precision holding everything in balance for thousands of years. It feels alive, not because it moves, but because it endures. The pyramid doesn't fight gravity, it understands it. Every block leans into the next. Every angle pulls inward. Every stone knows its place. That's not just engineering, that's philosophy in stone. Inside, the precision continues. The corridors and chambers align along specific angles, their measurements exact, down to the millimeter. The king's chamber, built of massive granite blocks hauled from Aswan, over 800 kilometers away, resonates at specific frequencies when struck, as if tuned to some ancient vibration. Some researchers have noticed that the chamber's dimensions create perfect acoustic harmonics, the same ratios used in string instruments and temples around the world. Coincidence? Or could the builders have understood sound, not as music, but as sacred geometry? For centuries, people have wondered whether the pyramids were more than tombs. Some believe they were observatories, marking the movement of the stars. Others, ritual machines, places where spirit and cosmos met through vibration and light. A few go further, suggesting the pyramids were power plants, harnessing natural energy from the earth itself. Most of these theories live on the edge of science, but what's undeniable is that the builders thought in cosmic terms. To them, the earth and sky were connected, not separate realms, but reflections of each other. Building the pyramid was an act of harmony, not dominance. To align stone with star was to participate in creation itself. Over time, the smooth white casing stones that once made the pyramids shine were stripped away, used in mosques and homes in Cairo. The gold capstone vanished, the wind ate at the edges, and yet the shape remains perfect. 4.5 millennia later, it still stands exactly where it was placed, still marking true north, still measuring the sky. Every sunrise and sunset, every shadow, every equinox still falls precisely where it was designed to fall. Whatever their purpose, the builders achieved something eternal. Modern engineers have tried to replicate the feat, scaled down reconstructions, computer models, even 3D mapping, all confirm the same thing. The Great Pyramid is built with an accuracy and symmetry far beyond what we should expect from its time. It's as if it was designed not to impress the people of its age, but to endure for all ages. And perhaps that's the point. Because unlike other wonders, decayed temples, statues, cities, the pyramid doesn't depict gods or kings, it simply is. It doesn't speak, yet it communicates everything. Balance, endurance, order, and silence. It reminds us that perfection doesn't have to move to be alive. At night, when the desert cools and the stars come out, you can see the reason behind its design. The constellation Orion rises above the horizon, and its 3 stars, Al-Nitak, Al-Nilam, and Mintaka, align almost perfectly with the 3 pyramids of Giza. The ancient Egyptians associated Orion with Osiris, god of death and rebirth, the eternal cycle. And there it is, the link between heaven and earth, written not in ink, but in stone and starlight. No matter how rationally we explain it, ramps, tools, measurements, something about the pyramids defies reduction. They feel inevitable, as if they weren't built but revealed, as if they were always meant to exist. You can stand there in the shadow of their walls and feel time bending, like the past and present are touching through geometry. The stones don't care who we are, they don't move, but they wait. And in their silence they say, "You were not the first to wonder." The pyramids remind us that mystery isn't always hidden. Sometimes it stands in plain sight, immense, unmoving, asking us to look closer. Not everything that endures needs an answer. Some things endure to teach us how to ask. And so we leave behind the golden horizon of Giza, the precision, the silence, and the perfect lines that connect earth and star. Our next mystery lies not in the sand or stone, but in the mind, where memory itself becomes a doorway. Two young girls remembered lives they had never lived, places they had never seen, and faces they should never have known. The mystery of the Pollock sisters. On a quiet street in Hexham, a small town in northern England, the morning of May 5th, 1957 began like any other. The sun rose over red brick houses, the air still cool from spring rain. But by afternoon, tragedy would strike, and from it, one of the strangest stories in modern memory would be born. That day, two young sisters, Joanna, age 11, and Jacqueline Pollock, age 6, were walking to church with a friend. They never arrived. A driver, distraught and under the influence, lost control of her car, mounting the pavement and striking the children. All three were killed instantly. Their parents, John and Florence Pollock, were shattered. The grief hollowed the house. The laughter of their daughters, bright, constant, and familiar, was gone, leaving a silence that settled into every corner. Florence withdrew. John, who had always held deep spiritual beliefs, began to dream, not in comfort, but in certainty. He became convinced that their daughters would return. A year later, Florence became pregnant again. The doctors told her she was carrying one child. But John insisted there would be two, twins. On October 4th, 1958, Florence gave birth to twin girls, Jennifer and Gillian. They were healthy, identical in most ways, except for a few curious details. Jennifer had a small birthmark on her right hip and another across her forehead, marks identical to the ones that had belonged to her late sister Jacqueline. John saw it as proof. Florence tried not to believe. But time would not let the mystery rest. When the twins were about 3 years old, the family moved from Hexham to the nearby town of Whitley Bay. The girls grew up happy, playful, and curious, like any children. But as they began to speak, strange fragments emerged. They would ask for toys they had never seen, dolls and games that had belonged to Joanna and Jacqueline, long since packed away. When those toys were brought out of storage, Jennifer and Gillian knew them immediately, naming each one correctly, even remembering which had belonged to which sister. They also began to recognize places they had never been. During a visit to Hexham when the twins were 4, they pointed out landmarks from their parents' old life, the school their sisters had attended, the playground, even the road where the accident had happened. Florence later told researchers that the twins became visibly anxious as they approached the street, saying, "That's where we were hit." Neither parent had ever told them the details of the tragedy. By then, word of the story had begun to spread. In the early 1960s, the case came to the attention of Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, who spent decades studying what he called cases of the reincarnation type. Stevenson was methodical, not a mystic, but a scientist. He documented hundreds of children from around the world who claimed memories of past lives, but the Pollock twins, as they came to be known, became one of his most famous cases. He met the family, interviewed them repeatedly, and examined every account in detail. His findings were unsettling. The girls' memories, the toys, the streets, the specific habits and fears, all matched the lives of the deceased sisters. Even their personalities seemed split. Gillian, like Joanna, was nurturing and protective. Jennifer, like Jacqueline, was more daring and impulsive, even clumsy in the same ways. They would sometimes talk about the old house, describing rooms and furniture that no longer existed, or mention the school we used to go to without ever having seen it. They even played games of pretend where they reenacted the accident, one lying down, the other saying, "The blood's coming out of your eyes, that's where the car hit you." Their parents had never described how the girls had died. As they grew older, the memories began to fade. By the time the twins turned 7, the strange recollections had largely vanished. They grew into ordinary teenagers, went to school, made friends, and eventually lived normal lives. But the questions remained. Had grief and suggestion created the illusion, or had something deeper, something we cannot yet measure, crossed the boundary between lives? Skeptics, of course, have offered simpler explanations. Some suggest parental influence, that John's belief in reincarnation subconsciously shaped the twins' behavior, that overheard conversations or the reuse of old toys sparked associations that seemed supernatural but weren't. Children, after all, absorb stories like sponges, especially when those stories come wrapped in emotion. Others point to coincidence, birthmarks that happen to align, memories that resemble chance. The mind, they say, wants pattern. It finds meaning where there may be none. And yet even those who dismiss the supernatural can't fully shake the unease of the details, because when you lay the pieces side by side, or with the matching birthmarks, the split personalities, the impossible knowledge, something doesn't quite fit into the ordinary. Even Florence, the skeptic mother, admitted in later interviews that sometimes late at night she would catch one of the twins in the half-light of the hallway and feel a pang of recognition so strong it hurt, not for who they were, but for who they used to be. What fascinates scientists most about the Pollock case isn't whether reincarnation is real, but what it says about memory, how it works, where it lives, and how deep it runs. Modern neuroscience still can't fully explain how memory is stored or transferred. It's not located in a single part of the brain, but in patterns of connection, waves of chemistry, and light. Some researchers now speak of epigenetic memory, information passed not through experience but through biology, imprinted in the body like faint echoes of the past. It's not reincarnation, but it suggests that memory might not die with the mind. It might linger, waiting like an unplayed song for the right instrument to begin again. And perhaps that's what makes the story of the Pollock sisters so haunting. It sits at the edge between faith and fact, between the measurable and the mysterious. If true, it means that life itself is cyclical, that death is not erasure, but translation. If false, it still tells us something profound about love and the human need to believe that nothing, no bond, no memory, no soul, is ever truly lost. Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. Maybe memory, like light, can travel farther than we realize. Years later, when the twins were adults, a journalist asked them what they remembered. Gillian said she sometimes dreamed of a park she'd never visited, a swing set near an iron gate, sunlight through trees, and the sound of laughter that didn't feel like her own. Jennifer said she couldn't explain it, but every now and then, when she looked in the mirror, she felt two people looking back. The case remains one of the most studied and debated in the field of reincarnation research. To some, it's proof of an afterlife. To others, a perfect illusion of psychology and grief. But in the end, the story doesn't ask for belief. It only asks for wonder. Because whether you think of it as evidence or accident, the Pollock sisters remind us of a truth older than any science, that memory is not confined to time, and that love, once written, is never truly erased. And so we leave behind the mystery of memory, two lives that may have crossed like reflections, meeting for a moment before drifting apart again. Our next mystery is one written not in flesh but in ink, a book no one can read, filled with drawings of plants that don't exist, and a language no one has ever spoken. The Voynich Manuscript. It sits in a locked, climate-controlled vault at Yale University in a rare book library that smells of parchment and dust. To most, it looks unremarkable, a small, hand-bound volume, its pages yellowed by centuries, its cover worn thin. But open it, and you enter a world no one understands. A world of plants that don't exist, of naked figures bathing in impossible pools, of spiraling galaxies drawn before telescopes were invented, of a language made of shapes and curls that no human can read. This is the Voynich Manuscript, the most mysterious book ever written. The story begins, as far as we know, in 1912, when a rare book dealer named Wilfrid Voynich purchased a collection of ancient texts from a Jesuit college near Rome. Among the scrolls and treatises, one caught his eye, an illustrated manuscript written on fine vellum, its ink still sharp, its drawings strange beyond comprehension. Voynich didn't know it yet, but he had found what would become one of the great obsessions of modern scholarship, a puzzle that has defied codebreakers, historians, linguists, and scientists for over a century. He called it simply the manuscript. The world later called it after him. From the moment it was opened, it resisted explanation. The book is about 240 pages long, filled with text, written in a flowing, looping script, unlike any known alphabet. Each page is decorated with detailed illustrations, hundreds of them, painted in faded greens, blues, and golds. There are botanical drawings of plants no botanist can identify, astronomical charts with unfamiliar constellations, anatomical diagrams of women immersed in tubes and green liquid, connected by strange pipes, circular maps that seem to show worlds within worlds. No one knows who wrote it. No one knows why. No one even knows what language it's in. Linguists have called the script Voynichese, a system of around 25 to 30 unique characters written left to right, with patterns that resemble real grammar and syntax. The structure is too consistent to be random. It has word frequencies, prefixes, and suffixes all behaving like a real language, but it matches no known tongue, ancient or modern. If it's a code, it's one of impossible complexity. If it's a language, it's one from nowhere. The manuscript's parchment has been radiocarbon dated to the early 1400s, specifically between 1404 and 1438, placing it in the heart of the European Renaissance. That means whoever wrote it lived in a time of alchemists, mystics, and scholars, an age when knowledge and superstition often shared the same desk. The ink, tested centuries later, matched that era perfectly. No evidence of forgery, no modern contamination. Whoever made it was working with real medieval tools. But what they were writing remains the question. Over the years, the manuscript has passed through many hands, each one adding its own layer of mystery. In the 1600s, it belonged to Emperor Rudolf II of Bohemia, who was obsessed with alchemy and the occult. Rudolf reportedly paid a fortune for it, believing it was the lost work of Roger Bacon, a 13th-century English philosopher said to have hidden forbidden knowledge in code. After the emperor's death, the manuscript disappeared for centuries, resurfacing only when Voynich found it in Italy in 1912. Since then, it's confounded everyone who's tried to solve it. During World War II, America's top code breakers, men who cracked Nazi ciphers, were given copies of the Voynich script. They failed. In the 1960s, mathematicians fed its symbols into early computers. The results were meaningless. In the 2000s, artificial intelligence was trained on every known human language to find a pattern. Nothing matched. Each time, the data said the same thing. The writing behaves like a language, but not like any language that has ever existed. The illustrations only deepen the mystery. Some pages show plants that resemble familiar species, lilies, daisies, herbs. but with leaves that twist into impossible geometries, stems that bloom into stars. Others show naked women bathing in strange green pools connected by pipes. Some believe these represent alchemy, others think fertility rituals, or perhaps medical diagrams far ahead of their time. Then there are the astronomical pages, concentric circles filled with suns, moons, and stars. But the constellations don't match the sky we know. It's as if the artist was mapping another world. For centuries, theories have multiplied. Some say it's a pharmaceutical manual written by an herbalist in code to protect trade secrets. Others see it as an alchemical encyclopedia, mixing medicine with mysticism. Some call it an elaborate hoax created to impress or deceive. But none of these ideas explain why the text follows mathematical rules of language, or why anyone would go to such lengths to invent an entire script, complete with its own internal grammar. The most recent studies have used AI pattern recognition to analyze the text structure. The results suggest the writing follows the logic of a real language, one with grammar, repetition, and intent, even if we can't read it. Whatever it says, it was written with meaning, and yet the author remains unknown. No name appears anywhere in the book. No records mention it in the centuries after it was made. Some scholars suspect a female author, perhaps a nun or healer, pointing to the manuscript's focus on women's anatomy and plant medicine. Others see the hand of a scientist, someone experimenting with coded systems of classification. A few go further, imagining it was written by someone trying to invent a universal language, one capable of expressing thoughts no existing tongue could hold. If so, it might not be meant for us at all. It might be meant for the future. But perhaps the strangest thing about the Voynich Manuscript is how it feels. Scholars who've held it describe a peculiar sensation, that the book is alive, that it hums with intention. Its text is neat, almost obsessive, page after page of careful, flowing handwriting, as if the writer knew exactly what they were saying. There are no corrections, no hesitation, no notes in the margin. Whatever message it holds, it was written with total confidence, as though the author was transcribing something they understood completely, and that we never will. There's a moment, standing before it in Yale's dim vault, when you realize something unsettling. If language is the bridge between minds, then this book is a bridge to no one. It's communication without a listener, a message lost in time, or perhaps waiting for someone who hasn't yet arrived. And maybe that's why it haunts us, because it reminds us how fragile understanding is. We take language for granted, words as keys to the world. But what happens when the lock no longer fits? The Voynich Manuscript isn't just unreadable. It's unreadable in a way that feels deliberate, like a secret that doesn't want to be told. Every generation tries again, every generation fails, but none can resist trying. Because deep down we all recognize something familiar in it, the desire to leave a mark, to speak across centuries, to say I was here in a way that time cannot erase. Perhaps the real message of the Voynich Manuscript is that meaning itself is an illusion, that mystery is the language of eternity, and maybe, in some strange way, it's already doing what it was meant to do. It's making us wonder. And so we close the unreadable pages of that strange green book, its plants still blooming in imagination, its words still whispering in silence. Our next mystery takes us from parchment to the open sea, to a stretch of ocean where compasses spin, ships vanish, and the sky itself seems to betray direction. Some call it a myth. Others call it a warning. The Bermuda Triangle. Between the shimmering blue waters of Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, there lies a stretch of ocean so deceptively calm that sailors once called it the Devil's Triangle. It looks like paradise. Sunlight glinting on turquoise waves, clouds drifting lazily overhead. But beneath that beauty, stories have accumulated for centuries, of ships that vanish without a distress call, of planes that disappear mid-flight, of compasses that spin without reason. This is the Bermuda Triangle, one of the world's most infamous mysteries, where the ocean seems to rewrite the laws of nature itself. The legend began to take shape in the 20th century, but its roots go deeper as the waters themselves. Sailors in the age of exploration told tales of lights beneath the sea, of sudden calms followed by walls of wind, of magnetic compasses that veered from north. When Christopher Columbus sailed through the region in 1492, his journal recorded strange events: a great flame of fire falling into the ocean one night, likely a meteor, and later a compass that began to behave erratically. To his crew, already frightened by uncharted seas, it was an omen. To us, it was the first written account of something unusual in that patch of ocean. But the triangle as we know it didn't enter popular imagination until much later, in the 1950s, when a writer named Vincent Gaddis coined the term the Bermuda Triangle. In magazine articles and books, he collected decades of disappearances and disasters, weaving them into a chilling narrative. The most famous of these stories remains Flight 19. It was December 5, 1945, just months after the end of World War II. 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for a routine training mission over the Atlantic. There were 14 airmen in total, led by Lieutenant Charles Taylor, an experienced pilot. The weather was calm, the planes were well fueled. The mission was simple: fly east, then north, then back to base. But somewhere over the sea, things went wrong. Radio transmissions grew confused. Taylor reported that his compass wasn't working, that everything looked strange, that the ocean seemed unfamiliar. "We can't tell where we are," he said over the radio. "Everything looks wrong. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." Other pilots tried to guide him back, but communication broke apart. Hours passed. The planes ran low on fuel. Then, silence. Flight 19 never returned. No wreckage was ever found. And in a cruel twist, one of the rescue planes sent to find them also vanished, carrying 13 men. That night, 31 people were swallowed by the Atlantic. Flight 19 became the cornerstone of the Bermuda Triangle legend, the perfect storm of facts, fear, and speculation. In the years that followed, reports multiplied. A passenger plane vanishing in clear weather without a single radio call. A cargo ship found drifting and empty, its crew gone without struggle. A luxury yacht found intact. Dinner still on the table, no one aboard. Each story added another brick to the wall of mystery. Scientists, of course, offered explanations. The triangle covers one of the most heavily traveled shipping routes in the world. Accidents happen, storms strike, engines fail. But even with logic, the pattern feels too strange to ignore. Some cases defy physics. Pilots report time loss, their watches skipping forward minutes or hours. Ships describe sudden fogs that glow green and bend radar. Compasses spin and stabilize as if magnetized by invisible hands. What could cause it? One theory points to methane hydrates, frozen gas trapped beneath the seabed. If a large pocket erupts, the gas can reduce water's density, causing ships to lose buoyancy and sink almost instantly, leaving no debris. It's plausible, but it doesn't explain the planes. Others look to magnetic anomalies, irregularities in Earth's magnetic field that could disrupt navigation. The Bermuda Triangle, it turns out, sits near one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north line up perfectly. That might account for compasses going haywire and pilots getting lost. But what about the time slips, the vanishings mid-transmission, the total lack of wreckage? And then, of course, there are the other theories. Some speak of underwater crystal structures, remnants of Atlantis buried deep beneath the sea, still humming with ancient power. Others imagine portals, vortexes, or dimensional rifts, natural energy fields that distort space and time. Even seasoned sailors, those who don't believe in myths, admit that something about that region feels different. The air is heavy, the weather turns without warning, and when night falls, the horizon seems to vanish. Modern technology has demystified some of it. Satellites show that the area is prone to sudden microbursts, intense downdrafts of wind that can strike planes like invisible hammers, forcing them into the ocean in seconds. The waters themselves are treacherous, with powerful currents from the Gulf Stream capable of carrying debris hundreds of miles away before it surfaces, if it surfaces at all. Statistically, ships and planes are no more likely to vanish there than anywhere else of similar traffic. But logic doesn't erase legend, because there's something deeper at play, something psychological. The triangle isn't just a place, it's a story about the limits of control. We think of the ocean as conquered, charted, mapped, predictable, but the Bermuda Triangle reminds us that the sea still chooses what it keeps. The fear isn't just that things vanish, it's that they vanish without reason. That even in an age of satellites and signals, there are still places where human certainty dissolves, where our instruments, our maps, our understanding fail us completely. That's what makes it haunting. Not monsters, not aliens, but silence. The kind of silence that can swallow steel, radio waves, and human voices all at once. Today the triangle looks calm again. Waves lapping against Florida's coast, tourists swimming where legends say ships once sank. But if you fly over it on a clear afternoon and look down, you'll notice how quickly the ocean deepens, from turquoise to indigo to black. It's beautiful, yes, but unsettling too. Because you realize how thin the surface of safety really is. And somewhere below, the wrecks of centuries rest on the seabed, wood, steel and bone mingling in the quiet dark, their compasses still pointing to nowhere. Maybe the Bermuda Triangle isn't cursed. Maybe it's simply a mirror, showing us what we fear most, losing our way and never being found. Every culture has a place like it, a region where the rules of the world seem to bend. For us, it's this triangle of water and sky, forever halfway between science and myth. A reminder that mystery, like the sea, always returns. And so we leave behind the restless waters of the Atlantic, that bright blue triangle where compasses spin and stories drown. Our next mystery lies not in tropical seas, but in the grey waves of Cornwall's coast, where they say a lost kingdom once shone with towers and bells before it sank beneath the tide. Some swear they still hear it ringing when the wind is right. The lost kingdom of Lyonesse, where the sea meets Cornwall's jagged cliffs, the waves crash with an ancient rhythm. To those who live along this rugged shore, the ocean isn't just water, it's memory. For beneath its grey surface, they say, lies a lost land. A kingdom once rich with towers and fields and shining harbours. A place of light, laughter and song, a place that one night was swallowed whole by the sea. They call it Lyonesse, the drowned kingdom of the West. The story is older than record, passed down through fishermen, monks and poets. Long ago, before the Saxons came, there was said to be a fertile plain stretching far beyond Land's End, the tip of Cornwall. There were villages and pastures, gardens of apple and barley, 100 churches whose bells rang across the fields. But one night a great storm rose from the Atlantic, a storm so sudden that no one had time to flee. Winds screamed like trumpets, waves climbed the sky. By dawn, Lyonesse was gone. The land where crops once grew was now sea. The towers had turned to reefs, and when fishermen cast their nets, they brought up stone, bone, and sometimes, it said, the carved spire of a bell tower. The legend of Lyonesse echoes across centuries, its details changing with every telling. In some versions, it's a story of sin and punishment, the people of Lyonesse growing proud and wicked, their churches empty, their hearts cold. So the sea rose to cleanse what could not be saved. In others, it's simply tragedy, nature's indifference to beauty. But one name appears again and again, Trevelyan, or Tristan, a hero said to have escaped the flood by riding a white horse to higher ground. In some tellings, he's the same Tristan from the romance of Tristan and Isolde, a knight of King Arthur's court whose love story ended in sorrow. Perhaps that's fitting. Lyonesse is a love story too, a love between people and land, broken by the sea. What makes the legend haunting is how specific it is. Fishermen off the coast of Scilly, a scattered archipelago southwest of Cornwall, have long told of hearing church bells ringing beneath the waves. On quiet days, they say, when the tide is low and the wind blows east, the sound rises through the water like a song from another world. Some swear they've seen faint outlines beneath the surface, rows of stones, walls, even streets visible in the blue. And in the shallow sands between the Scilly Isles, divers have found what look like paved pathways, now covered in kelp and coral. Archaeologists debate what they are: natural formations or remnants of something built by hand long ago. No proof of Lyonesse has ever been found. But neither has the legend faded. What gives the story power is that it might not be entirely myth. Geologists know that the coastline of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly were once connected. Thousands of years ago, during the last ice age, the sea level was far lower, and the land between them formed a broad plain. As the ice melted and the oceans rose, much of that land slowly disappeared beneath the waves. So the core of the Lyonesse story, a lost land drowned by the sea, is not impossible at all. It's simply been remembered as poetry instead of geology. And perhaps, in a way, that's truer than fact. Old chronicles even mention it. A 14th century writer named William of Worcester claimed that there were once 140 churches between Land's End and Scilly, now swallowed by the sea. Others wrote of fishermen finding remnants of houses and trees below the waterline. Whether these were real or imagined, they kept the legend alive, as proof to many that Lyonesse was more than just a tale. What makes Lyonesse beautiful and tragic is that it isn't about conquest or war or punishment. It's about disappearance, a reminder that whole worlds can vanish quietly, not with fire, but with tide. That time doesn't only move forward, sometimes it sinks. Every culture has its drowned land: Atlantis, Cantrea Gwaelod in Wales, or Hais in Brittany. Lyonesse is Britain's version, its western dream swallowed by salt. And like all such stories, it says more about us than the sea, because beneath the waves of myth there's a human truth, the fear of losing what we love, of waking one morning to find that home itself is gone. Even now, on calm days, the line between legend and landscape blurs. At low tide, the sea retreats just far enough to reveal long ridges of sand and rock, as though the outlines of old fields are still there, waiting for the tide to turn. The locals call this area the Green Sea because when the sun hits it just right, the water glows green over what they say was once meadowland. Walk along the cliffs at sunset and you can almost imagine it. Church towers rising above the mist, roads glinting in the light, bells ringing as the last wave curls in. And then, as always, the sea closes over it again, Every few years, the story of Lyonesse resurfaces in some new form, a novel, a painting, a dive expedition, hoping to find proof. None ever do. But maybe proof isn't the point. Maybe Lyonesse was never meant to be found, only remembered. The story endures because it speaks to something we all feel. The way time itself can drown us, the way every age eventually slips beneath the surface of the next. When night falls along the Cornish coast, the sea changes colour, from grey to black, from restless to still. You can hear the surf echoing through the coves, deep and rhythmic, like breathing. And if you listen long enough, the wind sometimes carries something softer, a faint, distant ringing. Some say it's just the wind through the rocks, others swear it's the sound of Lyonesse, its churches still calling across centuries of tide. No one can prove it either way. Maybe that's what makes it perfect, because Lyonesse, like all great mysteries, isn't about what was lost. It's about what refuses to be forgotten. And so we leave behind the sunken bells of Lyonesse, a kingdom remembered only by the sea and by those who still listen for its song. Our next mystery lies far from these grey waters, deep in the jungles of Central America, where dozens of perfect stone spheres rest in silence, carved centuries ago by unknown hands. Too smooth, too round, too precise for their time. The stone spheres of Costa Rica. When the Spanish conquistadors came to the Americas, they were searching for gold. They crossed mountains and rivers, fought heat and insects and resistance, chasing rumors of cities made of metal. But what they didn't expect to find were perfect spheres, not jewels, not weapons, just stones, massive, silent, and impossibly round. Scattered across the jungles and valleys of southern Costa Rica, hundreds of them rest in the earth like marbles left behind by giants. Some are small enough to lift in 2 hands. Others weigh over 15 tons, standing taller than a person. Each one is flawlessly shaped, smooth, balanced, symmetrical, to within millimeters. And yet, no one knows who made them, or why. They simply appeared, as if the jungle grew them. The story begins in the 1930s when American banana companies were clearing forest near the Dyatlov Delta, close to the Pacific coast. As workers burned vegetation and cut through tangled roots, their machetes struck stone, round, hard, and strangely smooth. At first, they thought it was natural, until they found another, and another. Soon, the clearing revealed dozens of them, half buried in the soil. The workers tried to move one with ropes and machinery. It rolled easily, too easily. Some of them, hoping for treasure, blew the spheres open with dynamite. Inside, nothing, just solid stone. Archaeologists later counted more than 300 spheres across the region. Some were clustered near ancient settlements, others sat alone in fields or along riverbanks, aligned in mysterious patterns. No inscriptions, no carvings, no signs of tool marks, just perfection. Silent and deliberate. They came to be called las bolas, or the balls. But in truth, they're far more than that. They are one of the greatest unsolved works of prehistoric art in the Americas. Scientists soon discovered they were carved from granodiorite, a hard volcanic rock found miles away in the Talamanca Mountains. That means whoever made them had to quarry enormous boulders, transport them down rugged terrain, and then shape them into near-perfect spheres, without metal tools, without wheels, without measurement instruments. To put it simply, it should have been impossible. And yet they did it. How, then, did they make them so perfect? The leading theory is patience, unimaginable patience. By heating stone with fire, then cooling it rapidly with water, the outer layer can be chipped away more easily. Using other stones as hammers, ancient carvers could slowly grind the surface into a sphere. But to achieve the level of symmetry seen in some of these, a deviation of less than 2 millimeters across several feet, would have required weeks, months, even years for a single sphere. Why would anyone devote such time to something with no clear purpose? The answer may lie in their arrangement. Some spheres were found placed in geometric patterns, triangles, straight lines, even clusters that align with astronomical points. One group, when mapped, appeared to correspond with the constellations of Orion. The same pattern mirrored in the pyramids of Giza, an ocean away. Coincidence? Perhaps. But it's hard to ignore the echo, the ancient human impulse to connect stone and star. The spheres are believed to have been created by the Dikis culture, a pre-Columbian people who lived in southern Costa Rica between 700 and 1500 CE. Little is known about them, no written records, no surviving descendants. Their settlements vanished centuries ago, leaving only pottery, burial mounds, and these perfect stones. Some archaeologists think the spheres mark territory or status, placed before houses or temples like symbols of power. Others believe they were spiritual, representing the sun, the universe, or perfection itself. In indigenous cosmology across the Americas, the sphere, the circle, is sacred, the shape of time, the cycle of life, the boundary between worlds. Perhaps these were not monuments at all, but prayers. Over time, many of the spheres were moved or stolen. Some now sit in front of banks, government buildings, even gas stations, trophies of mystery. Others were rolled away into private gardens, their origins forgotten. But a few remain in their original places, deep in the jungle, half covered in moss. They rest quietly, too heavy to move, too perfect to ignore. When the rain falls, the water beads on their surfaces and glides off like mercury. When the sun strikes them, they glow. They look almost alive, as if they were watching, waiting. What makes the spheres haunting is not just their craftsmanship, but their silence. They tell us nothing about themselves, no inscriptions, no myths recorded, no instructions, just presence. It's as if the Dikis people created something eternal, knowing their language and names would vanish, leaving behind only the shape of perfection. Like the pyramids, like Stonehenge, like the Nazca Lines, these stones speak across time but never explain. When you stand among them, the jungle sounds different. The hum of insects fades. The air feels thick, still. Birdsong seems to come from far away, muffled by the sheer weight of time. You realize you're surrounded by something that shouldn't exist, not because it's magical, but because it's impossible. And yet here it is, proof that beauty can survive purpose. In 2014, UNESCO declared the spheres a World Heritage Site, calling them exceptional testimony to the power of creativity in pre-Columbian societies. Even now, excavations continue, new spheres being unearthed, each one a perfect echo of the last. Still, no one has found a definitive reason for them. They remain, as ever, questions in stone. Perhaps that's the point. In a world obsessed with explanations, the Dikis left us something that resists being solved. Maybe they understood what we've forgotten. That mystery itself can be sacred. Each sphere is a world, each world complete. Each complete and yet unknown. At dusk, when the light fades and the jungle cools, the spheres seem to shift in tone, their shadows stretching into perfect circles on the ground. The air smells of wet earth and moss. Somewhere a bird calls once, then stops. And in that silence, you feel it, the quiet perfection of something that doesn't need to speak to be understood. The Dikis are gone, but their silence remains. Round, smooth, eternal. And so we leave behind the jungle stones of Costa Rica, those flawless shapes carved by hands that vanished, but whose patience still endures. Our next mystery lies not in stone, but in cloth, a single piece of fabric that has stirred faith, doubt, and awe for centuries. It bears the image of a man, crucified, wounded, and luminous. Some call it the face of Christ. Others, a perfect forgery. The Shroud of Turin. In a dimly lit cathedral in Turin, Italy, behind bulletproof glass and silence, lies a length of linen cloth. It is faintly yellowed with age, its surface marked by stains, burns, and a ghostly image. The front and back of a man, stretched from head to heel. He appears wounded, scourged, crowned with thorns, pierced in the side. His eyes are closed, his expression peaceful. This is the Shroud of Turin, and for centuries people have whispered the same question. Is this the burial cloth of Jesus Christ, or the greatest forgery in history? The shroud first appeared in recorded history in the 14th century, in the small French village of Lyonesse. A local knight, Geoffroy de Charny, claimed to possess the burial linen of Christ. He built a small chapel to display it, and soon pilgrims began to arrive, peasants and nobles alike, drawn by the chance to glimpse the relic of all relics. They knelt before it, weeping, convinced that the faint image of the crucified man was a miracle, a divine photograph of resurrection itself. But even then doubt followed. In 1389, a bishop wrote to the Pope declaring the shroud a forgery. He claimed to have spoken with the artist who painted it. The Vatican took no official stance, neither confirming nor condemning. The mystery was born. For centuries, the shroud passed through wars, fires, and time itself. It was scorched in 1532 when the chapel in Chambéry caught fire. Molten silver from its reliquary burned through the folded cloth, leaving symmetrical holes that remain today. It was rescued by nuns, repaired with careful patches, and later moved to Turin, where it has remained ever since. Through all of this, the faint image never faded. It only became more mysterious. What strikes most who see it, even skeptics, is how the image looks almost invisible up close. Stand near the shroud and it's little more than faint yellow fibers, but step back and the figure emerges. Subtle, haunting, lifelike. No brushstrokes, no pigment, no clear signs of paint. In 1898, an amateur photographer named Secondo Pia took the first photographs of the shroud. When he developed the plates, he froze. The negative image revealed a positive portrait. Sharp and clear, the face luminous, eyes closed in death. It was as if the light itself had etched the image. The discovery stunned the world. The shroud, long dismissed as art, now looked like something else entirely. Something captured by light long before photography was born. Since then, it has been studied more than any other relic on Earth. Scientists have examined every thread, chemists, physicists, historians, even NASA image analysts, and yet no one can explain how the image was made. It's not painted, it's not burned, it's not stained in any known chemical process. The color lies only on the very outermost layer of the linen fibers, thinner than a human hair. Whatever formed the image affected only the surface without penetrating the threads. No known artistic technique, ancient or modern, can replicate it. In 1978, a team of researchers known as the Shroud of Turin Research Project, STURP, was given rare access to study it directly. They brought cameras, microscopes, X-ray machines, and spectroscopy instruments. After 5 days of testing, their report concluded, the image is not the product of an artist. It is the result of a process as yet unknown to science. The shroud also contains three-dimensional information, meaning the intensity of the image corresponds to physical distance from the cloth. When mapped by computer, it produces a realistic 3D relief of a human body. No painting on Earth does that. But science also brought challenges to faith. In 1988, 3 laboratories performed radiocarbon dating on small samples of the cloth. Their results placed its origin between 1260 and 1390 AD, medieval, not ancient. To many, that seemed to settle it. The shroud was a forgery. But even that answer unraveled with time. Later studies revealed that the tested corner may have been part of a repair patch, rewoven after the 1532 fire. If true, the dating reflects not the original cloth, but the medieval repairs. Further analysis of pollen grains embedded in the fibers showed species native to the Middle East, plants found only near Jerusalem. So the debate reopened. Every discovery seems to cancel the last. Bloodstains on the cloth test positive for human blood type AB, but some say they could have been added later. The pattern of wounds matches Roman crucifixion techniques unknown to medieval artists. Yet skeptics argue coincidence. The weave of the fabric resembles ancient Syrian linen, not European, but not conclusively so. For every proof, there is a doubt. For every doubt, a question even deeper. To believers, the shroud is not proof, but presence, a tangible whisper of the moment between death and life. They see in it not a scientific puzzle, but a mystery of faith, an image left by divine energy, by light too pure for the world to hold. To skeptics, it is an artful creation, a masterpiece of illusion, its power lying not in miracle, but in the psychology of wonder. And perhaps that's why it endures, because it sits exactly between the two, too mysterious for certainty, too human to dismiss. If you stand before the shroud in Turin, in the hush of the cathedral, you feel the air change. Tourists whisper, priests pray. The linen glows faintly under the protective glass. It doesn't demand belief, it invites reflection. Whether you see a man, a symbol, or simply a stain, it becomes a mirror, showing you what you already believe about life, death, and what might lie beyond both. Every few decades, the Vatican allows the shroud to be displayed. When it happens, millions come from every faith, from none. Some leave convinced they have seen the face of Christ. Others leave unchanged, but all leave quieter. Because even in doubt, something about that faint image, that fragile shadow of a man, feels like a bridge between worlds, between history and myth, between science and soul, between what we know and what we can only feel. Perhaps that's what the shroud truly is, not evidence, not deception, but art beyond its maker, a question preserved in cloth. Whether born of miracle or mastery, it reminds us of the same truth the pyramids, the Nazca Lines, and the stone spheres whispered, that the human desire to reach beyond ourselves is as old as time, and sometimes in trying to touch the divine, we leave behind something that touches us instead, and so we leave behind the cathedral and its silence, the linen folded in shadow and reverence. Our next mystery flickers not in stone or cloth, but in light, strange orbs that drift across the Texas desert, dancing for generations, yet obeying no rule of science. The Marfa Lights. If you drive west along Highway 90 through the Texas desert, there's a point where the world seems to open, a flat, endless plain under a dome of stars. It's a lonely place, no cities, no tall trees, just the hiss of the wind and the low hum of distant roads. And there, if you stop your car near the town of Marfa, you might see them. At first, they look like distant headlights, tiny orbs of white or orange light floating over the horizon. But then they move, they split, merge, rise and fall. Sometimes they pulse in rhythm, sometimes they hover still. And always they vanish before you can reach them. These are the Marfa Lights, ghostly spheres that dance across the desert. seen by ranchers, travelers, soldiers, and scientists for generations. They appear without pattern, without warning, and though they've been studied, filmed, and debated for decades, no one truly knows what they are. The first written record dates to 1883, when a young cowboy named Robert Ellison was driving cattle through the area. One night he saw glowing lights in the distance, flickering like campfires across the plain. He thought they were Apache signal fires, but when he rode closer, they disappeared. He found no smoke, no ashes, only silence and stars. Over the next few years, others saw them too. Farmers, travelers, soldiers from nearby Fort Davis. They reported the same strange orbs, moving independently, changing color, appearing on clear nights far from any human habitation. The stories spread, and soon the Marfa ghost lights became part of local lore, the desert's own haunting. To this day, the lights appear most often along the Mitchell Flat, east of the town, near the Chinati Mountains. Sometimes there's one, sometimes a dozen. Sometimes they vanish for months, only to return brighter than before. Locals say the best time to see them is just after sunset, when the desert air cools and the stars begin to breathe. They appear low on the horizon, drifting and darting in ways that defy prediction. They never seem to cast shadows or illuminate the ground. And though they look near, they always recede as you approach. It's as if the desert keeps them at arm's length, visible but untouchable. Scientists have offered plenty of explanations. Some say the lights are simply car headlights, refracted by layers of warm and cool air that bend light across long distances. It's plausible, except that sightings predate automobiles by decades. People saw the lights long before there were any roads at all. Others suggest swamp gas, pockets of methane igniting in the air. But the Marfa Desert has no swamps, no marshes, and the lights appear even in the dry season. A third theory blames atmospheric mirages, a phenomenon called fata morgana, where temperature differences distort light. But even that fails to explain why the lights sometimes move against the wind, or change direction mid-air, or split apart like living things. In 2003, a group of scientists from the Society of Physics students at the University of Texas set up an observation camp. They brought cameras, telescopes, and sensors determined to separate fact from folklore. For 4 nights they watched. They recorded a few small lights, ones they could trace to car headlights miles away. But the true Marfa lights, the ones locals spoke of, never appeared. The desert, as always, offered no proof, only patience. Those who live near Marfa say science is welcome, but it can't capture what they've seen. They tell of orbs that rise suddenly from the ground, drift together, then explode into brightness before fading to black. Of lights that chase cars, hovering beside them at highway speed, then vanish in an instant. Of glowing spheres that seem to pulse in rhythm, as if alive, as if aware. Photographers have captured them, but never clearly. Every image looks like a question. Light against dark, truth against perception. You could spend your whole life trying to catch one, and the desert would always stay one step ahead. In Marfa, the lights have become part of life. There's even a Marfa Lights viewing area, a roadside platform where visitors gather at dusk, waiting with coffee, cameras, and hope. Some nights, nothing appears. Other nights, the sky itself seems to flicker. People gasp softly, whisper, or fall silent. No one laughs, because even if you don't believe in ghosts, there's something about watching light move through emptiness. Light that has no source, no sound, no explanation, that feels sacred. To some, the lights are spirits, souls of ancient tribes still wandering their ancestral land. To others, they're lost travelers replaying a final journey over and over again. Still others think of them as the earth's breath, a natural pulse of energy, visible only when the air is right. In a place as vast and empty as the desert, mystery feels less like superstition and more like balance, a reminder that not everything we see is meant to be measured. At night, when the world cools and the wind dies, the Marfa Lights appear without warning. One flares, then two, then three. They shimmer, sometimes orange, sometimes white, sometimes a soft electric blue. They float over the plain like lanterns in slow motion. Some rise higher, some drift sideways, some fade as if swallowed by the stars themselves. For a moment the entire desert seems alive with quiet fire, and then nothing. The horizon goes dark, the night returns to silence. Those who've watched them say it changes you, not because you see something supernatural, but because for a moment you feel the boundary between the known and the unknown flicker. It's like the desert is whispering, "You don't see everything. You never did." Maybe the Marfa Lights are a trick of heat and distance. Maybe they're natural plasma, tiny charges of electricity birthed by the friction of rock and air. Or maybe they're something simpler, something older, a reminder that wonder itself is real. Because standing there under the Texas stars, you realize it doesn't matter whether the lights are science or spirit. They exist, they move, they make us look up. And that, perhaps, is enough. So the lights still come. No schedule, no pattern. They drift across generations, as steady and mysterious as time itself. A century ago, cowboys saw them from horseback. Today, travelers see them from smartphones. Tomorrow, someone else will still be standing there, watching, waiting, wondering, and the desert will keep its secret. And so we leave behind the silent plains of Marfa, where light dances without source and the night feels alive. Our next mystery lies far from Texas, in the dark heart of Eurasia, where one of history's most feared conquerors vanished into legend, his grave hidden forever by those who loved and feared him most. Attila, the Hun's secret tomb. In the 5th century, when the Roman Empire still ruled the known world, a name began to echo across the plains. A name spoken with fear, awe, and a kind of grim respect. Attila. To his followers, he was the scourge of God, a chosen warrior sent to humble empires. To the Romans, he was the shadow on their horizon, a storm they could neither predict nor stop. He ruled not from marble halls, but from tents of leather and silk. His kingdom was not of cities, but of movement. Armies that crossed rivers like wind, horsemen who could strike and vanish before the dust settled. And then, one night, as suddenly as he had come, Attila was gone, dead without battle, buried without witness, and his grave hidden forever. It happened in 453 AD on the night of his wedding. Attila, already a legend in his own lifetime, had just taken a new bride, a young woman named Ildiko, said to be of noble birth. The wedding feast was grand, wine, song, celebration, and yet by dawn the great conqueror was found lifeless, lying beside his bride, blood on his face, no blade, no poison, just death. Some said his nose had bled in his sleep, drowning him. Others said Ildiko had murdered him, an act of vengeance disguised as love, and some, especially his warriors, said it was no accident at all, that even death had feared to strike him in battle, waiting instead for silence and sleep. Whatever the truth, the man who had once made empires tremble was suddenly still. Attila's people, the Huns, wept and wailed for him. They did not embalm their dead. They did not write epitaphs. They believed that to die was to return to the earth unaltered. But for Attila they made an exception. According to legend, his body was placed in 3 coffins, one of iron, one of silver, and one of gold. The iron represented his strength, the silver his wealth, the gold his glory. The three were nested together, sealed, and prepared for burial. A tomb fit not for a man, but for a force of nature. But where to hide such a tomb? The Huns feared that enemies would desecrate it, seeking treasure or vengeance. So they devised a plan. They diverted a river, some say the Tisza, others the Danube, creating a dry riverbed. There, in the hidden earth, they buried Attila's body and his coffins, surrounded by his weapons, his jewels, and the treasures of his conquests. When the burial was complete, they let the river flow back, covering the grave forever. To ensure no one could reveal the location, the story says that every man who had helped dig the tomb was killed, slain by their comrades before dawn. An empire of silence built around one man's death. From that day, Attila vanished from history. No monument, no inscription, no trace. Only the vast steppe stretching toward the horizon as if guarding him still. For centuries, travelers and kings have searched for his resting place. Medieval chronicles placed it near the Carpathian Mountains. Others swore it was in the marshes of Hungary or beneath the flooded plains of modern-day Serbia. Every few decades a new rumor surfaces, had a mound, a hill, a metal glint in the soil, only to fade again into uncertainty. No one ever finds him, and maybe no one ever will. It's fitting, perhaps, that a man who never built cities left no grave. Attila's empire was not made of stone. It was made of motion, of fire, speed, and fear. To bury him beneath water was to return him to his element, something that could not be contained. And yet the image of that hidden tomb, iron, silver, gold, has haunted historians for centuries. Imagine it, a river flowing calmly, its surface gleaming, hiding beneath it a secret untouched for 1,500 years. The bones of a conqueror, the crown of a king, the echoes of an age that tried to rule the world. Somewhere, beneath silt and current, the scourge of God still sleeps. In the 19th century, when modern archaeology was born, expeditions set out to find him. They mapped rivers, dug mounds, combed archives. One Hungarian noble even claimed to have found the site, a burial chamber beneath the Tisza River filled with gold and weapons. But before any proof could be shown, the river flooded. The tomb, he said, was lost again. Others insist the discovery was a hoax. The legend grew, but the mystery deepened. Today, archaeologists still search, ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, magnetic surveys, all scanning the endless plains once ruled by Attila. But the land keeps its secret. No disturbance, no anomaly, no sign of the triple coffin. Some say it's because the story is myth, that no river burial ever took place, that Attila was buried in a simple mound like his warriors, long eroded by time. Others believe the legend is real, but that the river still guards him, his tomb hidden beneath centuries of sediment and secrecy. And a few whisper something stranger still, that Attila's grave was never meant to be found, that his followers didn't bury him to honor him, but to contain him. Because Attila was more than a man, he was a symbol of chaos, of destiny, of divine wrath. To find his body, they feared, would be to wake the force he embodied. Even centuries later, the stories persist of plagues and disasters following those who sought his tomb. To disturb him is to disturb the balance between order and storm. What makes the mystery endure isn't just treasure or archaeology, it's the poetry of it. A man who united tribes and broke empires, erased by the same earth he once conquered. A legend that ended as it began, in the movement of rivers and the silence of plains. Attila ruled through fear. Now he rules through absence. And perhaps that's the truest kind of immortality. If you stand on the banks of the Danube or the Tisza at dusk, the water moves slowly, wide, brown, endless. The reeds sway, the air hums with insects, and beneath it all there's a faint current of unease. Somewhere down there, they say, gold gleams where sunlight will never touch it. The warrior sleeps. The river remembers. And so we leave behind the buried empire of the Huns, a tomb without a name, hidden beneath water and time. Our next mystery glitters brighter still, a treasure room made of amber and gold, stolen in war and vanished forever, leaving only rumors of its return. The missing amber room, mystery. There are treasures that belong to kings, and then there are treasures that belong to time itself. The amber room was one of those. Imagine an entire chamber, walls, doors, and panels, covered not in paint or gold leaf, but in pure amber, fossilized sunlight, millions of years old. Amber carved, polished, and arranged in mosaic patterns so intricate they seemed to ripple with light. Mirrors caught the glow and threw it back. Gilded cherubs danced above panels of honey and flame, and candlelight shimmered like liquid gold. It was called the eighth wonder of the world. And it vanished without a trace. The story begins in 1701 in the court of Frederick I of Prussia. Frederick wanted something magnificent, a showpiece to rival the palaces of France. He commissioned German craftsmen Andreas Schlüter and Gottfried Wolfram to create a room entirely out of amber, inlaid with gold and gemstones. The result was unlike anything Europe had ever seen, a fusion of art and light where every surface seemed to breathe warmth. It wasn't just decoration, it was devotion to craft, to beauty, to the idea that human hands could shape sunlight into something permanent. But as history often proves, nothing made by human hands ever stays permanent. In 1716, Frederick's son, King Frederick William I, gifted the Amber Room to Peter the Great of Russia as a gesture of alliance. Packed into crates, shipped across the Baltic, and installed in the Winter Palace, it became the pride of the Russian Empire, a glowing heart of gold in the cold north. Later, Catherine the Great moved it to her summer residence, the Catherine Palace in Tsarskoye Selo, near St. Petersburg, where it was expanded into its final, breathtaking form. Over 6 tons of amber lined the walls, arranged with mirrors, gemstones, and gilded carvings. Visitors described it as like standing inside the sun. For nearly 2 centuries, the Amber Room survived wars, revolutions, and time itself. But in 1941, war returned to Russia, this time with fire and steel. When the Nazis invaded, they looted art from every city they entered, paintings, statues, manuscripts, anything that could be carried away. As German troops advanced toward Leningrad, curators at the Catherine Palace tried desperately to protect the Amber Room. They began dismantling it, piece by fragile piece. But amber, delicate and brittle, shattered easily. There was no time, no safe route for transport. So they tried to hide it, covering the golden walls behind plain wallpaper, hoping the invaders wouldn't notice. They noticed. In October 1941, German soldiers entered the palace. Within 2 days, the Amber Room was stripped from the walls, packed into 27 crates, and shipped to Königsberg Castle in East Prussia, modern-day Kaliningrad. There it was reassembled and displayed for 2 years, glowing once more under German chandeliers, and then, as the war turned against Germany, it vanished. In 1944, Allied bombers struck Königsberg. The castle burned for days. When Soviet forces finally entered the city in 1945, the Amber Room was gone, either destroyed in the fire, buried in the ruins, or hidden away before the bombs fell. Since then, its fate has become one of the greatest treasure mysteries in history. Theories abound. each more haunting than the last. Some believe the amber room was destroyed in the bombing of Königsberg, reduced to molten ash by fire and heat. Others insist it was hidden before the attack, packed again into crates and moved by train or ship, buried deep in the mines or forests of Eastern Europe. Over the decades, rumors have led searchers to castles, salt mines and tunnels, each time promising discovery, each time finding nothing but echoes. In the 1960s, divers explored the wreck of a German ship called the Karlsruhe, sunk in the Baltic Sea while fleeing Soviet forces. Rumored to be carrying crates of gold and amber, no trace of the room was found. In the 1990s, a set of panels surfaced in Germany, genuine pieces of the amber room stolen during the war, but only a fragment, like a single shard of sunlight from a broken star. To this day, no one knows what truly happened. If it was destroyed, it left no ash. If it was buried, it left no trail. There are whispers that it lies sealed in a mine under Poland, its amber still glowing softly in the dark. Others say it was sunk with its ship, resting beneath cold black waves, and a few, perhaps the most poetic, believe it was never meant to be found. That something made of light cannot belong to a world that thrives on shadow. What makes the amber room so haunting isn't just its disappearance, but what it represented. It was never only decoration, it was a symbol of beauty made fragile, of art caught between creation and destruction. When the war ended, all that remained of it were black and white photographs, faded sketches, and the memories of those who had once stood inside it. The Soviets later built a replica, painstakingly reconstructed from old images and notes, a process that took more than 20 years. It was completed in 2003, a perfect copy down to the smallest detail. And yet, standing inside the new amber room, visitors say something feels different. The light is the same, but the warmth isn't. As if the soul of the original was lost with the war. Sometimes, late at night, guards at the Catherine Palace report a strange glow in the replica, a soft pulse of light, as if the room remembers. Perhaps it's imagination, perhaps it's reflection, or perhaps somewhere in the Baltic fog, the real amber room still exists, untouched, sleeping, waiting for the right hands to uncover it again. More than a century after its creation, the amber room remains both masterpiece and metaphor. Proof that even the brightest things can be swallowed by darkness and yet still live on in memory, because in every photograph, every reconstruction, every glint of golden light, the room continues to shine, not as treasure, but as legend, a masterpiece not lost, but scattered across time, history, and human longing. And so we leave behind the glow of amber and the silence of vanished treasure. A room that once caught sunlight and turned it into art. Our final mystery takes us back to the beginning, to why we seek answers at all, to why we chase what time has hidden. Because maybe the world doesn't keep secrets to taunt us, but to remind us that not everything must be known to be real. And so we leave behind the glow of amber and the silence of vanished treasure. A room that once caught sunlight and turned it into art. But the world's mysteries did not end with kings and conquerors. As the 20th century rose from the ruins of war, a new kind of story began, one that didn't belong to palaces or temples, but to the sky. This final mystery takes us to a time of iron borders and silent fear, a divided Europe, a Germany split in two, and above it, lights no one could explain. In the years after World War II, East Germany was a land of secrets. Behind the barbed wire and watchtowers of the Iron Curtain, everything was monitored, every movement, every rumor, every whisper. But even the most disciplined regimes cannot control what happens in the night sky. Reports began quietly. Farmers near Rostock and Leipzig saw strange lights hovering over their fields, bright, silent, moving in impossible patterns. Pilots spoke of glowing discs that followed their aircraft, keeping pace for minutes before shooting straight upward and vanishing. Military radar sometimes caught them, sometimes didn't. They appeared, disappeared, and left behind nothing but questions. The government called them the light phenomena, but the people had another word, UFOs. In 1950, only 5 years after the war, East German newspapers published the first cautious mention: unexplained aerial objects. At first, officials blamed Western experiments, spy planes, propaganda balloons, secret weapons from across the border. But the sightings kept coming in places too remote for politics. One report from 1952 described a glowing red sphere over the Baltic Sea, seen by fishermen before dawn. It hovered silently, then dove into the water without a splash. When boats approached, they found the surface warm, as if something beneath still radiated heat. Later that year, a group of railway workers near Dessau swore they saw a metallic disc land briefly in a nearby field. When soldiers arrived, they found flattened grass in a perfect circle, and nothing else. The files were sealed, marked top secret, and never released. The East German government, tightly controlled by the Soviet Union, treated UFO reports as potential intelligence threats. Officially, such things did not exist. Unofficially, the Stasi, the infamous state security service, collected every detail. Witnesses were interviewed in private. Pilots were told to keep silent. And when the reports grew too many to ignore, the Soviets sent investigators, scientists, air defense officers, and men whose job titles never appeared on paper. They found nothing concrete, but they didn't stop looking. By the late 1960s, East Germany had become a quiet hub for Cold War aerial research. Much of it focused on Western aircraft. But within those same facilities, a separate, unofficial file grew thicker each year. The file was labeled simply Unknown Objects. It contained radar logs, pilot debriefings, and hand-drawn sketches of things that defied explanation. Discs, cylinders, glowing triangles moving against the wind. Some even showed multiple craft in formation, shifting in unison like birds, but faster than any jet could fly. To the East German Air Force, such encounters were terrifying. To the scientists studying them, they were intoxicating. One of the most famous cases came in 1976, near the town of Cottbus. A group of Soviet and East German radar operators tracked a bright object moving from Poland across the border. It flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters, speed unknown. Then suddenly stopped. Radar showed it stationary for 20 seconds, then it accelerated vertically, gone in less than a second. No aircraft known to man could do that. When fighter jets were scrambled, they found nothing but empty sky. The radar tapes vanished soon after. The official explanation? Equipment malfunction. But among the crews, the story spread like wildfire. They called it the Silent Star. Over the next decade, the sightings multiplied. Teachers, truck drivers, soldiers, children all told similar stories. Glowing orbs, silent discs, silver shapes reflecting moonlight, moving with intention but without sound. Some nights, entire villages watched lights dancing over forests or lakes. No engines, no trails, just movement, slow, deliberate, eerie. Many East Germans, trapped behind the Berlin Wall, began to whisper that these lights were signs of hope. Visitors from a freer world beyond politics, beyond fear. Something pure in a time of control. The state did not appreciate such thoughts. Newspapers were forbidden from printing witness accounts. Letters mentioning flying saucers were intercepted. And yet the rumors grew stronger, spreading underground like roots, because once people see light where there should be none, they don't forget it. In 1980, near Berlin's Schönefeld airport, 2 East German air traffic controllers reported a cluster of bright objects hovering in restricted airspace. They watched them move slowly, split apart, and rejoin for over 6 minutes. Then, as radar technicians rushed in, every screen blinked blank. When power returned, the sky was empty. No aircraft had entered or left the zone. The controllers were questioned for days, then reassigned to desk duty. Their report never reached public record, but their story leaked through whispers and became legend. After the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, thousands of Stasi files were opened to the public. Among them, researchers discovered the Objekte Unbekannt dossier, more than 300 pages of UFO reports collected between 1950 and 1988. Most were routine, weather balloons, meteors, misidentified jets, but dozens remained unexplained. One, dated August 1979, described a glowing craft descending over the Ore Mountains, emitting a pulsating green light visible for 40 kilometers. Another from 1983 reported a silver sphere that followed a military helicopter near Dresden, matching its speed exactly until the pilot turned to engage. The object shot upward and disappeared. Even under the microscope of science, some mysteries remained untouched. So what were they? Natural phenomena? Rare lightning, magnetic plasma, reflections of car lights on inversion layers? Perhaps. But many accounts predated cars or radar interference or any technology that could mimic what people saw. Secret aircraft? Possibly. Both NATO and the Soviets tested experimental jets during the Cold War. Silent, fast, unconventional. But no official records place such machines over East German airspace at those times. And then there's the last theory, the one people whisper but never write down, that the skies themselves were watching, not with hostility, not with message, just with presence. There's something profoundly human about how these stories linger. Maybe the UFOs over East Germany were tricks of light or imagination, or maybe they were something else, a reflection of the time's own fear and hope projected into the sky. Because in a world divided by walls and ideologies, looking upward was the only act that felt free. Each sighting was a question, asked in the language of wonder. What if we are not alone? No government could censor that question forever. Today, if you stand in the wide fields outside Berlin or on the Baltic shore where those first red lights were seen, the sky feels enormous. The old radars are gone, the towers crumbling. The Cold War has ended, but the night remains the same, deep, starlit, alive with silence. Sometimes when the air is clear and the horizon wide, a light still flickers far away. It might be a plane, it might be nothing, but every time it moves against the wind, the old stories return, and you feel that familiar shiver of wonder. Because in the end, it doesn't matter whether those lights were alien ships or tricks of air. What matters is that people saw them, and in seeing, remembered how small we are and how vast everything else might be. From lost armies to vanished cities, from hidden tombs to lights above the earth, our journey through mystery always returns to the same truth. The unknown isn't a shadow to fear, but a mirror that shows us how much more there is to learn. And so we reach the end of our journey through history, through the hidden chapters of human wonder. Civilizations rose and fell, treasures gleamed and vanished, questions lingered unanswered. Each mystery in its own way reminded us that discovery isn't always about finding answers. Sometimes it's about learning to live peacefully with the questions themselves. Thank you for exploring with us tonight. If you enjoyed this story, give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe so you never miss what comes next. Until next time, as always, stay curious, stay safe, and good night.